Order. Councilmember Dunn, would you lead us in prayer?
Our Father, as we come to you this hour in the morning, we just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for all that you have done for the city of Kenner, for the administration, for the mayor, the police chief, for the council. But now, dear Master, as we get into the business, dear God, of running this city, doing the budget, I pray that you would give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, dear God, that the decisions that we make will be for the betterment of all that live in Kenner. And we thank you for it today. And dear Master, I pray a blessing upon each and every one of us that's here, that you will continue to be with us, to walk with us, to talk with us. Be a hedge of protection around this city, I pray. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen and amen.
Councilmember McKinney, will you lead us in a pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilman Short.
Thank you, ladies.
Yes, sir. You have a quorum for your budget hearings for the budget for the 2023-2024 council budget, City of Kenner budget. The first department we will hear this morning will be the police department.
Where are we? Way to the back. Finance, civil service, park recreation, law enforcement, police. Okay.
Mixed in with janitorial service.
Police jail services, okay.
Mayor Glazer.
Thank you. Won't take up too much of your time since we probably have a decent day going here. But 10 months into office, what I pledged is government efficiency and financial integrity, trying to lower some of our expenses. But as we try to lower stuff, expenses go up. So I asked for comparison, with Liz, and she kind of said it's unfair to compare last year's budget to this year's budget, because last year's budget didn't fund the city attorney's office, it didn't fund a CAO, so there was some expenses that were left out and left up to this administration to put back in. Some of the challenges we have, which are long-standing challenges, are police and fire. Police and fire don't have dedicated revenue enough to match their operating expenses. The general fund is about 50% in each department funding them. So to make up the difference in their budgets, it's coming out of, half of it comes out the general fund. With that said, the treasure chest revenues are down, as we all know, with their new construction and just this disruption out there, which affects our capital budgets and your operating, the council members' operating budgets. We do propose a 2% raise. Fire, it's mandated by state statute. City employees haven't got anything. That's not directors. It's just actually the civil servants. And I think police has an additional 3% ask in their budget. And with that said, we can move on. But someone asked for a schedule change. After clerk of court, can we do police and fire, civil service? So the director can leave what is after?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
And that's it?
Mayor Glazer, by not having city attorney and CAO in there, we're looking at almost over $1 million of funding that wasn't in the budget last year, correct?
Probably somewhere around there. Yes. So
Okay.
it was left out, and, I mean, just to fund those positions, you know, it was at least $1 million we added back in, so it looks like it's an overall increase. So revenues are down 5%, and expenses are up 11% as we sit today. So it's kind of not the way we want to go, but if you just look at the energy bill, how much it's going up, you know, from last year's budget. So I propose that we're going to have to sit down and talk about police and fire at a later date, just to find out exactly, because it's about a $12 million, I guess, hit to our general fund, just in one calendar, you know, not calendar, one fiscal year, to make up the difference in their dedicated revenues. So,
Well, it's obvious we can't fix that today.
No.
But we will be in discussions in the near future to figure out what our game plan is going to be to fix this.
that's correct. And you'll see, some of the vacant positions are still in the budget, and in January, if we unable to fill these vacant positions, we'll amend the budget just like we did this past January and put it back into the general fund
And that softens the blow a little bit.
a little bit.
Okay.
But you're paying contractors to do the jobs of the vacant positions, so.
Well, I know that this council thanks the administration for streamlining things and getting the monies in order.
Yeah.
Just a little more work that we'll have to do.
Liz and her group do a very good job down there. But so, she doesn't like when I come, so.
She keeps telling me I don't have any money in my District 4
Exactly.
account. I keep telling her, you need to go find some. Mayor,
That's it.
okay, thank you, Mayor Glazer. Council Clerk?
Has her hand up for a
I'm
question.
sorry,
That's okay.
Al Morello.
He's in the audience? No. Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple of questions based on what you said, and just for clarification. So I know you mentioned that they had a 2% pay increase. Is that automatic, or is that based on merit?
It's not based on merit. It was a
Okay.
catch-up, the 2%.
Okay, and there's no merit increase in
No.
the budget, okay. And then the other thing I wanted to ask and clarify is, with regard to the police and fire budgets in the past, has the fund balance funding been similar? Like, how does it compare to the past few years? And this is a question for Ms. Herring.
Yeah, so with fire, with their, anytime you give a raise, obviously that's gonna affect the next year's budget, so it just keeps compounding. But it's pretty much, a standard. I think police, without including their capital, they're at like a 3% increase. That was with a 5% raise. We did back out 3%, so what you're seeing is a 2% raise citywide, so civil service employees, fire, and police, so not directors, assistant directors. And I know police will talk a little bit more about theirs, but it's not huge increases. It's just the funding. When revenues go down, obviously cost of everything goes up. Even if they continue spending like they're spending, if revenues drop, they're not, we're not amending their budget because they need those funds to be able to operate. So we're not cutting what their requests are. So it's basically, the overall is just revenues are down.
Okay.
Expenses are either standard, like just the same minor increases, and you can see on page 18, it kind of goes over. A lot of the departments are like 2%, some are down, and then you're seeing larger percentages for a few departments. So overall, our departments are up 7%.
But in general, like, how much have we subsidized, like, before the pandemic, how much were we subsidizing the fire department and the police department? Like, is it the same, at the same 45%
It's about,
level?
yeah, it's about, it was always about that
Okay.
much. Right now, we're subsidizing about 6 million to each.
Okay.
So that's what, at least for me, I'm looking for a $6 million revenue increase for them for dedicated revenues.
Mm-hmm.
But just keep in mind, it's gonna keep, they're always gonna need more money
Right,
because of
exactly.
raises and stuff like that. Because I know people are concerned if you give them a millage and it covers their operating, that would be what we hold them to, but we obviously know that there'll be growth over the years, and general fund will have to subsidize something, but hopefully it won't be $6 to $7 million.
It won't be as much of a as a percentage, okay, great. And then with regard to the revenues being down, do you have any guess or estimate as to why? Because I mean, obviously, sales tax
Yeah.
is the majority of our revenue base, right? Is sales tax been,
Sales tax has been down the last few months, not significantly, but I think we estimated a 4% drop for next year. So what you saw last year was a hurricane passed and people were spending to rebuild. So we're kind of, we're kind of plateaued out right now. So you saw that big increase last year, and this year, we're being,
more conservative?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
that's the other question I had. is
yeah, it's more of a
last-
conservative approach for revenues this year. Obviously, building permits and things like that have declined as far as licenses and permits. And obviously, as people start to open new businesses and build, we'll see a slight increase there.
Okay, that's what I was, because I was wondering why the franchise and license tax estimate was down, sales tax was down 5%, license and permits. So you really think last year it had to do with, there was still a bump for
Yes.
this year for the Hurricane Ida? Okay,
Correct.
that's all I really wanted to ask. Thank you very much.
And could I chime in one last thing? Last week, we met with the sheriff to try to get a better handle or identification of tax revenues in certain parts of the city. They don't report in like council districts or anything like that, but if like a Rivertown district or a Esplanade Wild district or Lake Town district, something like that, they'll provide the revenue, the taxes in those large areas, but not a specific, there's all kind of reasons that they have that they don't report it like that, but we'll have certain parts of the city, the revenues we get from the sales tax.
Chief Conley?
All right, well, thank you all for having us here this morning. Basically, the budget we're presenting, I'm going to go over some of the overview of the department, and Mr. Vanderbroek will cover all the number crunching and all the fun stuff. But basically, my ask was, as you know, same with the fire department's recruitment and retention, something that we're always struggling to do. We're competing with all these other agencies. So my ask was a 5% pay raise across the board. I was able to increase salaries a little bit with what I had last year. That proved to bear some fruit. We ran 2 academies. We have one that we went this morning and kicked off. So, I'm still about 20 officers short, but as I've said, you only get 1 out of every 10 applicants actually pass the background checks and all the requirements that we have. We're certainly not going to relax our standards. Some of the other reoccurring expenses, as you know, this year we brought on body cameras, body-worn cameras, which came with the safety officer package, which included the new upgraded tasers. We parsed that out, contracted that out over 10 years. So that's about a $500,000 a year commitment. Basically, you're locking in tomorrow's technology at today's price, or else I usually wouldn't have gone out that far with a contract. But, body cameras, I think it serves the community well, it serves the department well, it serves the city well as far as transparency goes. Also, back in July, over 70% of the fleet was outdated at over 100,000 miles, 10 years old. We did get 25 vehicles in. By the time you outfit them, it's about $55,000, $60,000 a vehicle. I'd like to, instead of having to make these major purchases all at once, kind of bring in 5 or 10 vehicles a year, kind of put a plan together, get rid of some of the older vehicles that are costing you more of that in maintenance and upkeep. When you have a vehicle out there servicing the public that's got 100,000 miles on it, it requires constant attention. We also have some other building needs that are capital expenses, such as the fire alarm system, which has to be updated. for both the lockup and for the main building. We have computer servers, 2 of them, they're about $260,000 apiece. We're lucky with the body-worn cameras, the flock cameras, all that goes on to an Axon platform that's stored off-site. It's a contractor's responsibility, even though we have access to it, but we still run all our systems off these 2 servers. They're about 10 years old. Give credit to Mr. Brister and our IT department for band-aiding them together and keeping them going, but there's gonna come a time where we're gonna have to replace them. I did bring up the flock cameras. February 1st, we went up with 55 flock cameras, and these things have proven to be golden. I think I've met with you all and discussed the advantages of having them. They're not just license plate recognition cameras, they're vehicle recognition cameras. They actually solved a homicide on Georgetown with no witnesses. Within 2 hours, we had 2 suspects detained. I'd like to go up with several more of those. But the main thing is the 5% increase. I understand that Elizabeth just said that it's 2% across the board, but in talking with Will, a 5% increase to the police department would only be about a 3.5 increase to the budget as it stands today. And thinking outside the box, realizing that we have no dedicated revenue, which is certainly nobody's fault here, but if you remember, this council did approve a contract for a lobbyist who's going to get us some outside money through the state legislature as well as our congressional delegation in D.C., and we did engage a grant writing and management program, which is available to every department in the city, as well as a lobbyist. When we did those SOQs or RFPs and we did the contracts, we made sure to make it inclusive of the entire city and all the departments. So I would urge all the directors and my friends at the fire department to take advantage of those services, because I think there's outside buckets of money that we can take advantage of. So having said that, when I met with the administration, I did commit that I would sit back down with them in January and see what kind of outside money came in. As far as sweeping empty positions, right now we're so short that I use that money to pay overtime to officers, because I can't have a beat go unfilled just like the fire department can, have a truck go unoccupied. So those monies are actually used to pay overtime for the peak hours so that we have every beat covered, because that's an officer safety issue as much as it is a citizen issue. We also have scaled back in some of our other departments like bicycles and SRT to cover other needs. We took over the security at the courts because the contractor that there, the cost was kind of out of hand, and there's not really much they could do. So, we've kind of put people where we need them priority-wise on the road and enforcement positions. But like I said, I'm 25 officers short, and the recruiting is working. We've gone out on some contracts for different platforms where we can be more visible to that age group that works strictly off of phone apps and smartphones and everything else. And we've been lucky with that. We've had a great turnaround, but we hire 5 and we'll have 3 leave. So this is probably going to be a constant battle. You always have to be the shiniest object when you're competing in this area, because no agency around here is really relaxing their standards. So having said that, I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Vanderbrook to go over the numbers. Yes, sir.
Chief, is the reason for the overtime pay going up so much because of the shortage of the officers? Then that's what I'm assuming.
Yes, sir. It's that. So it's not just the patrol officers. It's also communications. It's also correctional officers. We fill those positions as well on an overtime basis. So, and as you know, you pay more in overtime than you do with the regular time. So I also did start 2 task forces. We've had the issue with people pulling door handles in certain areas, so I do have a task force that goes out on overtime for that. And as traffic being the #1 complaint in the city, I do have units that go out in the mornings and the evenings to go into the residential neighborhoods and handle that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Wahab.
Chief, the 5% increase request applies to your officers in the field, investigative, and jail department, the whole, everybody, correct?
Yeah, it's going to be across the board.
Okay, so not just a certain segment, but the whole,
No,
the
it's
field
gonna-
investigation.
Right.
All right, that's what I noticed looking at this. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councilman Dunn.
Yeah, Chief, you all spend lots and lots of money on advertising, lots of money on advertising. Is it paying off to the amount of money that we actually pay in
Yeah,
advertising?
you're talking about for our recruiting efforts?
Huh? Yeah.
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 Yeah, I think we've seen a good return on our investment for that. Certainly, if you know it, you think we've spent a significant amount of money. We're lower than what anybody else has spent. When you hear, some of the agencies sponsoring news stations and things of this nature on the radio, we haven't really gone to radio or TV, but we are getting a pretty good bite with what we're doing as far as print media and social media. I think social media has really bore the most fruit because, by using that QR code, we can actually, once an applicant hits on that, it takes them right to a recruiter. We have 5 recruiters that man that number. It goes right to the phone. They walk them through the application, and then they never let up. Once we have somebody that's interested, we do follow-ups. So we've really intensified our process. But I think we do get a good return for our investment.
Councilmember Wilmot?
Thank you. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
I know you mentioned that we have a lobbyist now, and we also have a grant writer. So I know the legislative session this year is coming to a close, and I'm hoping that our lobbyist was able to help us with some revenues. Has he able to?
Yes. I haven't nailed down the numbers yet, but I have commitments from 2 or 3 legislators as far as some appropriations. So I'll hopefully in the near future, I'll be able to report back to this council what that is.
Wonderful. And also the grant writer, we have a grant writer, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and if we can get all the contact information for both those folks and let all council members and make sure all administration has that in the event that they need to reach out to them, that might have a project or something in mind, that it might be advantageous to have
Absolutely.
their
And
help.
the council voted and accepted both those contracts, but I'll make sure everybody has the contact information.
Good.
The grant, the agency that was selected for the grant writing and management program is already they have 1 or 2 things in the pipeline already. So we're very satisfied with those efforts.
Very good. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Shawwa?
Morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Cut anything here, you're cutting the services to our constituents. Basically, that's it. Main thing, some things may be administrative. You got the promotion exams. Is that still a service task?
Yes.
I know the fire department gets theirs from the state free. Should be one. I don't know. Maybe not close enough. You don't get yours free?
I don't know. Maybe it was
Miss Jennifer? How you back
promotion
there?
is what's the line item for this promotional task? What line item are you looking at, Ron?
5820, 5802, I'm sorry, on page 90. The fire department and the police department get their exams free from the state, do they not?
Yes, if we're talking about promotional civil service exams, those are provided by the Office of State Examiner.
And to hire police officers, their first exam's also free?
For the civil service examination, yes, sir.
Okay. That's all. And medical exams, $1,000, that's cheap.
Can't you, what's
That's
that?
cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, because it's the screening and everything else in that's,
I don't know if that includes the medical exams, though.
okay. I'm just looking at the $1,000 and $2,000 on 03 and 04.
Oh, okay, I see where you're at.
You say? To me, I thought that was going on the cheap side. For them to go through, do all the screening, the drug test and everything else.
Right.
I just thought that was on the cheap side. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief. I just have a couple of clarification questions. I know you mentioned the body cameras and additional hardware. Is that what's listed in the computer equipment 5920, or is that in one of the other
That's it.
sections?
I will leave that up to the CPA.
5920, yeah.
5920, okay, and that includes, what is, so the 567, that includes body cam,
No,
the software, I guess, I just want to make sure that,
the 567 are the two servers.
It's the
that
two servers.
IT department's asking for.
okay, and then where is the software contracts listed? Is that in field services or
Yes, under equipment.
under
The body cams, 472.
472? Okay, perfect, that's all, that's, just wanted to ask that question.
On our summary sheet, on our,
It's on the top.
I don't know if it's on, Councilwoman, but in our summary, it's 1.91987, and that's the breakdown. It's spread out. And on our summary sheet, you'll see capital outlay. I'm not sure if the
Okay, so it's
budget
part-
book, I
it's-
don't have the budget book. We don't have a
Okay,
budget
so,
book.
but it's part of capital outlay, so it's.
Yes,
considered-
capital outlay, and
okay.
we're not sure
Okay.
if that's, without seeing the budget book, we're not sure if the capital outlay is gonna be included in the city's budget, or if it's gonna be included in our budget. We're not sure how y'all gonna handle that.
It's just how they presented it. It's in their own budget, in their capital lines, in their operating budget. If you go to page 27 and 28, you can see total public safety, and their total capital request is 1.987, and then they break it down across the different sections.
Okay.
Liz, could we get a copy of the budget book if you have a spare? We
Yeah,
do not
I can
have.
email, I thought it was emailed to y'all, but I'll
No, it
email
was not. I thought it was emailed to us. Emailed to us.
Okay,
She's saying it's
just the communication, so the police communication services, that's 911 center? Is that like the 911 coverage?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
I think that might be all, but let me just make sure that. And then investigative services. There is, in police support services, there's a decrease in salaries, overall, and I was just wondering about that. And if you don't have the budget book.
I don't have the budget book, but I think there's one less person budgeted next year than there was actually this year. It was
Okay.
transferred out. It's about one salary. if you look
Okay,
at it.
yeah, that's, looks like it's the difference in there. Okay. And then what are the capital costs for the jail? Is that like just a maintenance, are there any big projects for capital for the jail that's planned?
That should be the jail elevator, the $90,000.
Oh, the elevator,
That's the
okay.
elevator, yeah.
Well, you have that, and you have the fire alarm system.
Well, that's
Okay.
administration. That's in-
And is the fire alarm system
No, that's in
funded?
administration. It's, if you look at capital improvements back on page 90.
Okay.
Page 90. I
Okay.
think down capital improvements, $183,000.
Okay, and that's planned, so that's planned for this year? We
That's the
approved
fire
li-
alarm.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
yes, ma'am.
okay. And then there's in capital, the 760, that's include the body cameras and all that other stuff that we previously talked about? That's
Yes,
overall
yes,
capital.
yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you, anything else, y'all?
No, just, of course, as always, if you have any question about it, as you're vetting through this, please feel free to give me a call. I'll answer any questions. But thank you for your support.
Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief Conley. Next up, we have Chief Helmers, who will be presenting the fire department budget.
Chief Helmers. There's a blast from the past.
That's a throwback.
Sorry.
Well,
I was just making sure y'all all awake, okay?
Council Clerk, that's okay. Someone called Mayor Glazer Marizan at one of the early
this
meetings,
is
so.
Hey, that was a lot closer, okay? Time frame. Sorry, Chief.
That's all right. I worked with the guy personally for a few years, so I know him. He's a nice guy.
Whenever you're ready, Chief.
All right, thank you, council. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present our budget to you this year. As far as the fire service goes, our department, we are currently fully staffed to our budgeted number, let me put it that way. We are just starting to see the effects that the EMS and police have been seeing for years, where we're not having as many people apply for the positions. Years ago when I came in, it was 3,000 people taking the test for about 100 jobs. And now we're down to calling people to recruit people into the fire service. So we are starting to see the tip of that iceberg of where we are not having as many people with the desire to become first responders now. But fortunately, the regional fire chiefs, we're working together to try to get ahead of that problem as much as we possibly can by coming up with comparative starting salaries and trainings and where we can help each other as far as our budgets go, because we're all dealing with limited funds and limited equipment, but a change in times that requires to have additional training that we didn't need 20, 30 years ago, that we need to stay on top of in order to provide the level of protection each community deserves. So with that saying, we are starting to see a lot more medical calls that we're responding to and spending an excessive period of time on. We've had an uptick in the number of critical calls that our units are sitting on and providing medical care for the members of the community. We've even resorted to transporting a few of these people that were life and death situations to Kenner Regional in order to sustain life for those individuals. This past year, we settled the fire retirement system lawsuit that had been around for 12, 13 years. You just voted to approve that. We also adjusted the promotional pay rate for the members, which is part of the increase in salaries for our members, that they were getting $1.16 promotional pay rate since the 90s, and that doesn't match with state statute. So we adjusted those members' pay without taking anything from them on the front side of it, but reserving the right for the city to take credits that we allowed under prior settlements that the courts have allowed communities to take credits for any overpayments that were made. So we are anticipating that coming up. We have our CEA with Kenner Discovery, assisting with medical training, as well as our guys have the ability to use their simulation lab that's funded by Ochsner over there to do our medical training with Kenner Discovery. We have a medical director on board, and we're looking at starting EMT training for the members, so we're able to start delivering a greater level of care this coming year. August is the projected start date for our EMT to start EMT training for our members. We are still in the same situation we've been in as far as stations. Must be heavier than Chief Connor, because the seat is simply on. Yeah, must be a little heavy. Thank you. Yeah, should have stayed out the donut shop. Anyway, we are doing the medical training and EMT to provide that, but we're still in the same situation as far as our equipment and stuff. NFPA standards require that we only keep equipment on the front line. First do units for 15 years, and with 7 units, that means we should be replacing our units on an average of 2 years. And then in the reserve capacity, they reduced that from 10 years to 5 years. So we're getting to a tighter crunch with the rate at which we have to replace our units. Our stations are still in need of significant repair, possibly replacement. We should have a replacement plan for our stations to replace the stations. Stations are currently being built to a 50-year standard, so with having 6 stations, if we could come up with a plan to replace them every 5 or 6 years, we'll fall within that 50-year standard. That's the goal that I have for the department. And other than that, I'll take any questions you have as far as the budgeting items go.
I got one. Hey, Chief, thanks for coming today. question on the revenue source. What is the parking tax? That's 2 million elevated, 2 million from the 1.233 projected from 2000. Where does that come from?
That comes from the airport parking.
Airport parking, okay. That's one of my big questions I had. So this is, and then the other, I mean, the city expends a lot from the general fund as well, which covers expenditures. So it rose, so it's 3.1% increase in the expenditures projected of this year.
Yeah.
Is that what it,
I'm sorry, I didn't.
is that not a hard question? Maybe it's a
Yeah,
question-
that's the
question for
overall, and
Liz.
that includes their 2% raise.
Okay.
So that's majority of what that increase is.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Shorewald?
Yes, sir. Yes.
This is what comes through me, okay? So I'm new to this. Professional services on 5081.
Yes, sir. That's for the medical director. We currently operate under his medical license. It allows these guys to not spend time on scenes prior to bringing the medical director on board for our training and such. We were responding to calls where we did lifting assistance, and our units would have to wait on the scene because we made medical contact with a patient for an ambulance to get there with the ambulance shortage. So part of that benefit that we got from bringing him on board was the ability to sign patient refusals under his license and say, okay, this is non-emergent patient. We get a refusal that they don't require transport to a medical facility, and we're able to leave the scene in a more expeditious fashion.
Yes, sir. Understood. Understood. The hiring exams,
Yes.
next one, 03.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And I was gonna say-
That is the exams, the medical exams, you know, what it costs for us to replace when we hire a member. Yeah, we do, and ours is a little more expensive than the police apparently, because I think ours is like $1,677 each individual hire.
Okay, I was wondering about that because I know like even for drug screening, when you first hire someone on there, do blood work and everything else, that's almost $300, $500 an individual.
Right.
So when you start talking,
Yeah, well, with the stress tests and the medical exam, the psychological evaluation and those things that go into the hiring process, like I said, ours is closer to $1,700 an individual.
correct, and the investigative exams, I would imagine there's background check?
No, that's more of when we do accident drug screenings and those sorts of things. The that's where we, that number generally comes from post-accident drug screenings and random drug screenings and stuff like that.
Yeah, know a lot about whenever you get in an accident, workman's comp requires that you have to go do a
Yes.
drug screen on that. Administrative fees?
That's what they charge us. That's what Liz
That's,
charges.
yeah. That's when the chief calls me all day long. That's what I charge him. So those fees are part of the revenue for the citywide. So it's just the administrative function that the city side plays for the fire department. So,
Okay, that pays your
so we charge, it's a portion to offset, expenses that the city has. A very small portion.
It's unfortunate, we got a poll right in between the two of us, so if you kind of, she was kind of sneaking like that, that's what.
That's why I said, I didn't call her name, I said she charged.
Computer support services, I would imagine that's for the programs, for the fire reports and things like that, or?
Yeah, that's various items in there. Yeah, we have backup batteries on the computers and stations and stuff that IT requires. That's part of our expense that's
For them.
included in that also.
Your portion to pay their salaries?
Yeah.
Communications?
Yeah, that's cell phones, radios, that sort of stuff. I don't know if that's in this one, but Huh? Yeah. Yeah, for the stations. All
Oh, okay.
our systems, our record management system is web-based, so the guys, the crews can fill out reports on scene.
Oh, that's, right.
And,
That's,
and that's all.
I know we used to have computers
Yeah,
on the
you-
trucks, but they never did work.
Well, the hotspots are there also for us to be able to, in an emergency during hurricane seasons, since everything is web-based or cloud-based, so to speak, that they can actually still get online through some of the cloud services to do
Do the
reports and be able to look at certain things. Also access hazmat sites, different.
Chemtrack,
sites that are-
Yeah.
Chemtrack and things like that, understood. Legal fees, well, I don't have to go any further than with that, we know what that is.
Okay.
Copy duplications, I'd imagine that's for the copy machines that you have at the
Yes.
headquarters. Insurance premiums, $240,000, that's for the building.
That's insurance premiums through.
Ms. Liz?
That's the portion of, so buildings or any type of equipment that the city insures, that's their portion, their allocation of our insurance premiums.
And that's not including the fire trucks or anything like that, or is that it's,
Yeah, it would be any type of equipment, vehicles, and buildings, all, so it's not health insurance, it's every other type of property insurance.
good enough? Repairs and maintenance, travel and professional, that's to get the guys go there from headquarters, do like George, go do some more training, whatever it is that we need.
Yes.
Fire investigation, things like that.
Yes.
Chief, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilmember McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a few questions and clarification. So I know you mentioned earlier about the raises. Thank you. The mandatory raises are included in this budget and then as well as the promotional pay raises, correct?
Yes, it's,
Yes, yes. And is this based on the Archer study? Brian, you didn't hear that? That wasn't a real question.
yeah, I kind of figured.
Okay, so those are included in there. And then my other question is, okay, so I noticed that they don't have any capital funding for fire departments. Do they have any requests? And why, I guess my question is, why aren't they included?
Yeah, their capital is actually in the city's capital.
It's
So
in the
we're,
city's
yeah,
cap- oh,
we're
okay.
doing an allocation, 200,000 for a fire truck. So we've been allocating, and then we'll
Okay,
order
s-
a fire apparatus and probably lease that.
Okay, so their capital budget is 200,000 for fire trucks?
Yeah, and it's actually sitting in the capital
in
budget,
capital.
not in
And
there.
then, what was the other thing that you mentioned? An apparatus?
That's the only thing that's in there. So over the last few years, we've been allocating money to
Right,
it.
right.
So I know we're working on trying to get, decide what type of truck and get the lease started for that. So
Okay.
if we can allocate that much every year, we should be able to rotate out, new fire trucks.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm not sure if you have the same budget book as us, but they're adding a senior accountant in, let's see, I would think it's administration, right? So-
Yes, that's under
Is that
administration.
is that a new position?
Yes, that would be a new position. Part of the reason we find ourselves sitting in these litigation efforts is because the statutes weren't being properly applied to the department. It's a difficult task to track all of the statutes and the manners in which fire
Okay.
mandated to get paid, and what's to be included in there, and it's a whole lot, and we are 130
Okay.
people on staff and someone to keep track of all that. All these changes for the individual firefighters should happen on their anniversary date, according to statute, and according to cases that's been settled in court, that it shouldn't be a fiscal year. So someone needs to be in-house to make certain we are making these adjustments in a timely fashion in the correct amount, so we're not over or underpaying
Okay.
any one of our members.
Okay, and so that's going to be a person that's going to be hired in July?
As well
you're
as
planning
what,
on?
yeah,
If
as
it's
well
approved,
as
it'll be hired.
managing all of the other expenditures that we occur, all other funds, in addition to just not just the personnel issues.
Okay, great. And then, they have some expenses for, or some allocated funds for repairs and maintenance. And, let's see, it's on page 162. But it's less than the amended amount of 518. Why are they decreasing?
I think last year that was one of the line items that y'all had added additional funding to, but looking at what they've been spending, we think the 400 would be sufficient enough for the, it's mainly repairs on the fire trucks and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes, yes.
We've actually brought in 2 new engines.
Okay.
The older trucks require way more
More,
maintenance.
yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
way more maintenance. And of course, the maintenance can't be done in a few days. It has to
Right.
be done right now.
Right.
So as we bring in newer vehicles and newer equipment, our maintenance will come.
Okay. So what I heard was, since we gave you guys more money, you were able to increase, and now you need less because you're able to be more efficient.
Yeah.
So, and then, does this budget also include a plan to hire and train more firefighters? And if so, what is that goal?
Yes, we're looking to hire 6 additional members. We're anticipating 12 members leaving this fiscal year. Members that's currently in the drop, they finish their drop sometime in the course of this fiscal year, as well as the few members that we'll probably lose to other departments because of the pay structure, the starting salaries.
Okay, so you're planning on doing, or training and hiring at least 6 more?
Right, and part of the timing of all this is that this is our rating year. This is the year that PL will come in next year and look at what we've done this year. And one of the big benefits that we get from being fully staffed and staffed the way we are and bringing in the additional persons is you get unlimited credit with PL. So it's just to help ensure that we remain Class 1 rated department. We, and as I said, it takes the length of time it takes to train individuals, which is about 4 or 5 months. So if someone left today, you know, hopefully we stay ahead of the curve, that we never falling below what's required for us to have to fully protect the community.
Okay, great. And so you said this is the training year, so this is the year that they're gonna look at, so it'll come up next year.
We get rated on
This year.
You get rated on this year, but
Right.
when are they actually gonna do the rating, like,
It's this, yeah, January.
in January?
Well, they'll send it for next year. They'll let us know next year
Okay.
what our rating window is. The period they'll come in could be any time from January to December that they'll come in next year, but our rating year is 2024.
Okay. And with regard to, and I guess this is my last question, with regard to dedicated funding and having a dedicated funding source, are you guys willing to work with us to, you know, work with the public to make sure that, and make the case that you need a dedicated funding resource?
I am more than willing. I've been, yeah, we definitely need dedicated funding. Statewide, of the 532 departments paid in professional, per capita, we're one of the lowest funded departments.
Well, our goal is definitely to change that and make that more sustainable, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, I got a couple of questions. On the fire training officer, on page 160, it's got the budget for last year at 174.8, and this year it's 89.2. Did we reduce a person there?
Yes.
Okay, I assume that. And also, if you go to page 163, you said that you're looking to hire 6 new firefighters. Are they included in the 62 that's budgeted?
Yes.
And then substitute drivers doubled from 32 to 62. Is that adding?
So what happens is this, when a person goes out after so many days, after 30 days, we're mandated that we have to fill that position within 60 days. So when they pull these numbers, they might have pulled them during the time frame of when we were actually filling in those positions for other ranks. The truth of the matter is, there's gonna be 3 assistant chiefs, 6 districts, 24 captains,
21.
21 operators,
And-
and 62 firefighters. Those substitute positions are gonna vary based on injuries all through the entire time.
Okay, so, on the drivers, it went up too, so that's a moving target too?
Yeah.
It's all over. Yeah, but that number at the end of the day, that is the number of staff that will be there.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Hat?
Yeah, Liz, this is for you. So the existing revenue sources, the parking tax of 2 million that projected, is that at the airport? Is that split with other municipalities like Orleans and St. Charles,
No.
or is that just us?
This is just us.
Okay, so we get that deal with the airport, which was negotiated, I guess, a long time ago, or is that just state law, because that's our,
It's not state law, no.
It's not,
It's an
okay.
ordinance.
and then the property tax revenue that the fire department gets, which is year-to-date of $4,153,000. How much of the property tax, I know the percentage is 32 to the fire, but how much of the existing property tax from Kenner goes to fire?
So the fire portion of the millage is 7.4 mils. So the total millage is 17.71 mils for the entire city, and that's broken down between municipal, fire, sanitation, sewage, and streets.
Okay.
So each portion gets their set of the millage.
So to understand, there's not a dedicated funding source. So what you described is not a dedicated funding
It's
source.
dedicated, I think, when we say there's not, I think there's not enough of a dedicated funding source to fund them. So
Okay,
they
so-
do have dedicated funding sources,
Okay.
it just doesn't cover their operating costs.
And then the argument was Terrence says a lot of departments have their own complete that funds everything. Is that what they're?
Yes, so your special revenues, your enterprise funds, stuff like that, it really, what you collect should be what you spend. They should be able to operate themselves. You should not have to subsidize from the general fund, because what you're doing is you're taking from other departments or projects that we want to do to fund them, when we could be using that money either to save or build or
Okay.
put into roads or just different things. So when you have such a high level of performance of a fire department, but are on the low side of pay and everything else and not being able to give them the equipment, it just looks like we're not, prioritizing their funding.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just one question. Since you all basically are, up to par as far as the firefighters that you have, why so much in overtime? I mean, what do you do for overtime? Is that just substitute?
No, we have built-in overtime in the work schedule, and that's where that comes from. The numbers you see, the salary number is the base rate, and because of the work schedule, they get built-in overtime with each pay cycle. And that's where that overtime comes from, in addition to we have to project overtime, estimate overtime for when members are out sick. We have, 9 members out on extended sick leave now that we have to, so we end up, that's where that overtime number comes from. It's just an estimate in there.
But Ms. D, let me explain it, that if we hired more, in order for us to not, we would literally have, we save money by doing overtime. We work a 24-hour shift. If we pay overtime to the guys, we don't pay additional benefits to other people like sick benefits, vacation, medical, on and on. So us paying the overtime lets us maintain the manpower that we have. It's beneficial to the city all day long for us to do it this way.
So unlike police that,
They can't
They
work a
make more money
24-hour
now.
shift.
okay. All right, okay.
And as far as back to the dedicated funding in the millage, we pay, 7.4 mils here, and I think the next nearest community is about 23 mils for fire protection. Councilman Dominic Impastato mentioned it the last 2 times, and it sticks with me mentally, that Kenner pays less in total millage than Jefferson Parish pays just for their fire protection. So we need to.
Okay.
Anyone else? Councilmember Wilmot?
Ms. Herring, yeah, go ahead. You okay? Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a little bit on what Councilman Lahat was asking. As far as there is a dedicated source for some fund for the fire, and the other portion is coming from the general fund. What, if you will, just for the record, what's the difference?
Yeah, so their operating revenues bring in about 6.4 million. The general fund is given 6.5, so it's a little more than half of what their expenses are that the general fund is given, and then plus the capital portion, so 200,000 in the capital budget.
So most municipalities, they have it, so it's, their sources there and it's dedicated.
Cover their expenses. And like I had mentioned before, obviously with them getting a 2% increase, you're gonna steadily see an increase over time, but it's not significant. You know, it's about 300,000 every year, something like that. So even if the general fund was only subsidizing that, or to plan out in the next 5 years, we're gonna see an increase of this much, that's how much you should go out for a millage. And then you could set aside money for capital to cover any extra.
And we had another funding source, but it was a temporary.
Yes, they had the SAFER grant, which allowed us to hire new staff, and they paid a portion. So there were certain levels, like at one time it was 75%, and then it went down to 50%, 25%. That grant has ended, so the city had to absorb all the costs for those employees.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Okay, Council Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Chief Morris. We appreciate it. Sorry. The next department would be Mr. Doug Dope presenting the Emergency Management Office.
Okay, Mr. Dote?
Morning. Members of the council, I'm here today with my Assistant Director, John Cryer. The Emergency Management Department coordinates emergency preparedness and response activities across all the municipal departments. We accomplish this through extensive planning and coordination with the 25 city departments and offices on a year-round basis. We also promote the access to free FEMA training to all of our departments, which ensures our continued compliance with the federal disaster response standards. Our staff and facilities are available for activation on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis. Since last July, the city has issued 11 local emergency proclamations related to Hurricane Ida and its ongoing recovery activities. The administration continues to issue these proclamations in order to maximize our FEMA reimbursement opportunities for the municipality. Despite 2022 being a relatively quiet year weather-wise, we did have 11 significant weather events that my office monitored and responded to. We had significant weather events occur in 7 out of the 12 months. Aside from weather, we monitor public health, utility disruptions, street closures, street levee conditions, cyber events, rail and airport situations, and a number of other homeland security and public safety issues affecting the region. We activated the EOC from low to moderate levels 32 times last year, and we've issued 110 weather advisories and another 240 situational advisories. We've participated in detailed planning for special events such as the ISIS Parade and Driftwood Parade, and we routinely monitor and provide support to municipal agencies for festivals and outdoor recreational activities. We administer 20 different disaster-related intergovernmental cooperative agreements and contracts. This includes agreements with Energy, the airport, and RTA. Over the past year, our staff has assisted the Kenner Fire Department in its ongoing professional standards, PL, logistical and planning-related activities. We've also worked with the Kenner Police Department on assisting their grant writing provider with information on several grants. We've also assisted the Public Works Department and the Federal Programs Compliance Office with development of 15 hazard mitigation grant infrastructure-related funding project applications. Our current staffing level is 4. For fiscal year 23-24, our cost for office supplies, training, uniforms, and copying has decreased 1%, 5.7%, 50%, and 60% respectively. We're utilizing available online training and FEMA reimbursed courses to reduce travel associated expenses. And we have acquired some advanced logistical training for one of our staff members and centralized reporting during declared events within the EOC. The department continues to acquire much of our equipment and some supplies using annual Homeland Security grants. This includes laptops, printers, scanners, weather stations, radio equipment, surplus commodities, portable generators, smart board, and a trailer. Last year, the city, including the EOC, police, and fire, we were able to benefit from about $40,000 in grants from 4 different programs: Homeland Security, Urban Area Security, Port Security, and Emergency Management Performance grants. The one area where there is an increase in our budget this year will be communications. Our office relies heavily on reliable phone, radio, cellular, and an internet service to support citywide emergency operations. We maintain the EOC and all the equipment in constant state of readiness. We monitor citywide public safety radios daily, and we maintain a cache of portable radios for emergency operations. We also maintain a ham radio station. There's a monthly maintenance fee associated with each portable radio in the city for the Elwyn statewide radio network. Increased communications costs for this year are more specifically related to projected installation of a satellite-based internet service, or Starlink, at the EOC and one other facility. This will provide much-needed resiliency and redundancy for our internet and VoIP systems. We've been able to secure a commitment from Jefferson Parish and GOSEP to acquire 2 Starlink satellite devices utilizing approximately $5,000 in EMPG funding. And we've increased our communications budget by about $14,400 to accommodate the projected monthly service charge for these satellite devices if they're activated. The city should be able to recover at least 75 to 90% of that in a declared disaster. As we are fast approaching the start of another hurricane season, the department is updating plans and sharing information with our police and fire departments, municipal department heads, and elected officials. We'll be conducting some meetings with our response partners and directors in the next couple of months. Aside from coordinating with parish and state agencies and utility companies, we are communicating with local nonprofit and faith-based groups. And as we do, we monitor and issue updates on local conditions to the council and other officials on a daily basis. We also work with the communications department to provide a variety of preparedness information for our citizens. We remain committed to working with the administration and the council to identify your priorities and to work towards continued improvement in our Homeland Security planning and disaster preparedness and response and recovery programs and activities. Our total budget is $450,377, which represents 1% of the city's overall budget. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Doug, you hit on the communications, and it looks like when you look at that line item, I think it says 5910 or 5810, it's been up and down. Like in 2021, it was 7449. Then the adopted budget in 22-23 was 25.5. Then the amended budget was 4,600, and that's 33. It's tied to the satellite deal. Is that
Yeah, so basically, it's tied to a number of things. One is the fees that we're charged by the parish for maintenance on the individual radios, and also the satellite. If you remember last year, we placed the same item in our budget last year. However, because of the war in Ukraine and other developments, we have not been able to get the satellite equipment delivered that we've been promised by the state parish. So we're still seeing a delay on that.
Okay.
We want to reserve the money in the budget, however, in the event that we have it, we can activate it without any further delay during an emergency.
Okay.
So that's why we're placing the money back into the budget this year. And again, these are funds that, in the event of a declared disaster, we would be able to recover at least 70 to 90% of that fee back
Yeah,
from this.
and we all know how important it is, communication lines being open during a disaster. So we've had
Absolutely.
problems with that.
This not
in the
only
past.
supports us, but it also supports the police and fire dispatch.
Okay.
So that's part of the program, is to have those systems available to us. The state has indicated that they'll pay the $5,000 for the actual satellite devices, and that we would need to come up with the funding for the service fees when activated.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any? Councilmember McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. And just a quick clarification with regard to that. So that would be needed if that comes available only in the event of a disaster, or if it comes available, you'd still want to expend those funds to prepare for a disaster? Is it?
Right. So
Right.
what we want to do is we want to reserve the funding in the budget at this point. We are not certain how the state if the state will allow us to activate, if you have to do it every 6 months, every year. We're not sure exactly what they're going to allow us to do. There's some discussions right now whether or not we'll only have to activate it during the storm season, 6 months out of the year. We're hoping that's the case. We have not gotten final word yet. Once we get that, we'll be able to come back and identify exactly what our funding needs are, and we'll at least have the money in there in the event we have a storm. We don't want to wait and not have the funding available.
Right, I appreciate all of your hard work to prepare for something that we certainly don't want to happen. So just thank you for your dedication, and thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dunn?
Just one little short question. I think you touched on it already, that some of this is FEMA reimbursed for what you do.
The FEMA reimbursement is a process that's conducted by the finance department. So basically what we do is my department will work with the other departments to gather information and provide that to the finance department, which then processes the claims.
Okay.
Councilmember Wilmot?
Mr. Doe, if you will, and I know we're talking about the budget, but if you can, just for the record, just so we can establish it, when we have an emergency that comes about, and it may or may not be something that might even come in our area, but it puts us on notice. How is it that you have different levels for your department, obviously? So when it comes time for something that's like a near miss, if you will, or anything close to that, what is your protocol for things that you have to do when that happens?
So we actively monitor a number of different systems throughout the year, every day, whether it's local law enforcement, fire, EMS, as well as regional and statewide networks. We are provided information through those networks. We monitor that information, and if something is occurring, whether it be a local event at the airport or the rail, or whether it's a storm, we will, if necessary, issue advisories to our local officials, our department heads, this council, and the administration. And then, depending on what the situation is and how it's progressing, then we will activate our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. We have 3 levels of activation. Basically, level 1 is active monitoring, where we actively monitor something very closely and start seeking out information. and start making those preliminary plans. A level 2 activation would be where we bring some of our department heads in, and we actually activate some of the emergency support functions that are necessary to address the situation. And an activation level number 3 would be when we have full activation of all of our resources within the city, such as the event would be IDA. IDA was a level 3 activation. From there, we go and determine whether or not what logistics we need, what resources we need, and what departments can provide those resources. We assign those resources. We collect as much data as we can. We document as much as we can. And then after that, we provide that information to the finance department to see if we can make any recovery on those items. And then we also actively, if there's a major incident such as Hurricane Ida, then we will activate some of our recovery plans, including a recovery coordination group, which prioritizes what our activities are after an event. And then we assess our event on an annual basis, or we assess it after an event. Then we make changes and start all over again.
So basically, you are the glue, my friend, you and your department. And so in emergency situations, you know, we look to you for that information, and of course, and you are on the forefront at finding that information and sharing it. And we appreciate you and your department very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dew. Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. The next department will be Clerk of Court, and I believe we have Louise here. Yes.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, Louise, you ready to give your presentation?
My name is Luis Rodriguez, Director of the Clerk of Court and Mayor's Court. On this year's budget, the only major change you guys are going to see is going to be requesting for an additional court specialist, which is the dedicated bilingual position in the Clerk of Court's office. With the increase of the Hispanic population in the city of Kenner, I feel there's a need to have a second person dedicated as a bilingual position in the Clerk of Court's office.
And you have a new office manager coming in?
No, sir, I was looking at that. There might be a typo. The office manager was requested on last year's budget. So I already have an office manager in place. So the only thing I will be requesting will be the court specialist.
Okay. And the clerk of court, you have 6 people?
Magistrates or on the court clerks? Yes,
Yeah.
sir, we do have 6 court clerks and 1 part-time, so it's 7 total.
Okay. Any questions? Councilmember McKenna?
Yes, thank you, Council President. My only question is, for professional services, what does that include?
Let's see, let me go to So professional services, the only thing we have on there is our yearly maintenance of Digicom, who is the one that maintains our court system. And the increase, it's the potential cost that we'll probably be inquiring coming up where they're trying to merge the court systems with the police department's record system. So that's in the works right now, so I'm still waiting on Digicom to give me a quote for that.
Okay. And that was, you had it amended in the budget, or you had the amended budget for 46. So it's kind of in line with that, so
Yeah.
I was just wondering what that was covering. I think that's, the only other thing I had was that office manager, and that's someone you said is already in place.
It's already in place,
Yeah,
so I'm not sure why it's listed on the right.
Yeah. Okay, so it's someone who's currently employed and it's just
Yes.
carryover, right? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I really like your facilities. Thank you for the tour.
No problem.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Department will be Police and Fire Civil Service.
What tab is this? What page? 93?
Okay, here it is. 63.
63?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. My name is Jennifer Driscoll. I serve as the Secretary to the Kenner Municipal Fire and Police Civil Service Board. I appreciate you all taking me earlier than my scheduled time. It looks like I'm basically presenting you with a standstill budget. The only increases should be for a communications increase, a cell phone allowance, and we may have a small increase in our legal fees. We have many, many pending cases in higher court systems awaiting adjudication from those courts. We do have to have representation in those courts.
Any questions?
I have one
Go ahead,
Just-
Councilmember McKenna.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Just to clarify for the legal services, that's outside, the outsource, it's not internal, right?
Correct, yes. We
Okay.
do require outside counsel as the Civil Service Board is seen as a third party to remain.
Okay. And so you think that that'll cover for the year for all the cases that you have currently?
Yes,
That's
it
under-
should cover for everything that we currently have pending.
Okay.
And then if we have any other cases pop up, they will be first covered by the Civil Service Board, and our attorney does attend those meetings as well.
Okay, and the legal counsel, you just have a continuous, like a relationship with a legal counsel that you work with?
Yes, the
on a
firm that we
regular-
use is Higgins, Gaudry Renton, Higgins, Grimion, and I believe that we've had them for 35 years.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Shorwell?
Ms. Jennifer, you
Yes.
are a one-person team.
I am, yes.
I know, I've been dealing with civil service for a while now, and thank you very much. And your part-time personnel, that's coming in and out, or?
We actually don't have any part-time, it's just the one, I am the single employee, full-time. The other Civil Service Department does have a part-time employee, though.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilmot?
I'd just like to say, I noticed throughout the years of my tenure on the council that y'all produce a standstill budget quite often. And
Yes.
And I appreciate that, and I know y'all do a lot of work and for which y'all get paid, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next department up would be the Community Development Department. Director Jones, Dewan Jones. I don't know, I'm looking. No, it's not.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Good morning. It's Tamika Shaw, Director of Federal Program Compliance here with DeJuan Jones. Just here to talk about the program for community development. This department is the department that is partly funded with grant funds from HUD. For this year's budget, we're going to be requesting an additional person in anticipation that with IDA, the state is supposed to be delegating funds for CDBG DR, that's disaster recovery. With that entails more work that comes and is incumbent upon a department, because when you're administering those programs, you also have to monitor those programs. That takes a specialization to do that, to make sure that you adhere to all of HUD's requirements, to make sure that you can get funding in the future. Like I said, for this department, we are asking for an additional person, but like I said, we receive grant funding, so the funding that you see is only the general fund, should be only the portion you see that's needed from the general fund to run the department. Any questions?
Any questions?
I guess I do.
Councilmember Lahat?
What are some of the day-to-day operations of your department? I'm not really familiar to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are your day-to-day operations with your department? I'm not really familiar.
Okay. For the Department of Community Development, it's just not the community development part and administering CDBG funding. You also have your resource centers. Right now, we have open our MLK Center, our Hispanic Resource Center, and we have our council or Kenner Senior Center.
Okay.
Those are also under the purview of community development. And then we also have grant programs that are fully funded by HUD. So those are programs that are budgeted, but since they're fully funded, you will not see those because HUD pays for those programs for the city. So like I said, it's just not administering the day-to-day programs that come under community development, like your Repair on Wheels program for the elderly.
Okay.
But it also entails, like I said, the operation of those resource centers on a daily basis. Also, we have other grants that we're responsible for. We have our lead grant. It's a $1.1 million grant to the city. Actually, we're applying for another lead grant with the parish in Jefferson Parish and St. Charles Parish, a part of the Home Consortium. We're asking for additional funding for the lead program, which is going to be about, they're asking for $5 million this year, which will be $2 million to the city of Kenner.
Okay.
So there are other grants that we have to administer besides the annual grant that you see coming before you.
Okay. You answer that question. Thank you so much. I
All right,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Okay, so when the grants come into the city, that offsets expenses.
That offsets it, yeah, because you don't fully fund these programs. You don't fully fund the programs. Some of the salaries, the director's salary, program managers, the program for our after-school with the teachers, all of those are fully funded by our grant funding. So that's
Okay.
things that are not paid for by the city.
So it's not included in the budget then?
It should not. Liz, is it included in the budget?
So full expenses are budgeted, and then you'll have a offset of their revenue comes in from grants, which is intergovernmental, and then general fund contribution.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Dunn?
Yeah, any of your grants include certain areas, infrastructure, anything like that? No?
Well, it's our annual, at the last meeting, you adopted the annual plan. So with that annual plan, we do services in low to moderate income areas, which includes all of District 1 and a portion, a census tract in District 2, just one census tract in District 2. So those funds are allocated to the low to moderate area because with HUD, you have to meet a national objective. That national objective is helping either a low to moderate area or a low to moderate person. So even if someone lives in a different district than District 1, if they call for services, we will help them because they meet one of the two criteria to be eligible for HUD funding.
Okay, what about demolition in the low to moderate? That you all won't do anything with that? You don't?
We have not allocated for that because we're still fixing buildings. Our resource centers, we have 2 that are down
Right.
that we know we have to because they're FEMA related. HUD is the CDBG funding, is the funding of last resort. So before we can use HUD funding to repair those buildings to get them back in commerce, we have to first address insurance for the city, and we have to address whatever is FEMA. So we're working with our consultant now to see how we can move forward because we know we have buildings that need to be put back in commerce. We have buildings that we are repairing now. The next is slated for MLK. The engineer's already been selected and is drawing the plans to make the improvements to the MLK building. We are finishing up our Council on Aging. Since the pandemic has ended, we have had more and more seniors than ever that have joined. We're running out of space, so we're working with our general services at this point we can't extend the building, but we're expanding the floor space to allow for us to seat more seniors that come in and want to take part in the daily activities that the Kenner Senior Center offers.
Okay, so the AP Clay will be FEMA reimbursed as well as the
Well,
Anna Washington? It should
we are
be?
looking for those funds first, so we can take those CDBG, either DR or regular CDBG funds to put into it. So we have insurance for the AP Clay,
Clay, okay.
but to rebuild the insurance does not, of course, make us whole like any other citizens that, you know, dealt with the insurance. So now it's time for us to look and see what FEMA can do, and then we can rebuild that building with some other funding that we may have. Any other-
Councilmember McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to, this is a couple clarifications. So Liz, from page 177, the Community Development Department gets $1 million from the general fund? Okay.
Correct, yep.
Okay. Is that normal? Like, is that in line with what they had in the previous years?
So the previous years, they had a few more, like obviously with COVID and stuff like that, they might have received a little more additional funding. It's hard to really budget for them because it all depends on when they draw down, how fast they can spend the money and how much we'll receive. But based off our estimates of what their total expenses are, how much we know we're getting from HUD, that would be the difference that the general fund would have to cover.
Okay, and then, so if they get any additional funding, that would just decrease that?
Correct. Yes, so, and that's the case for all departments, similar to how we talked about fire. So even though we're budgeting for the general fund to do 6.5, if fire doesn't spend as much as we project, the general fund would give less.
Okay, thank you. The only other question I have is, I noticed in one of the budgets, there's a little changes in activity for drivers. Let me see what page that's on. Maybe it's probably activity to look at.
Is that for the Council on Aging or the Kenner Senior Center?
I think
For a driver? 'Cause
Yes.
We're requesting another driver. We have meal delivery that goes out every day to about 250 seniors throughout the center. So what it does is it keeps our drivers occupied all day with, delivering the meals to make sure our seniors, because when I want to tell you that some of these seniors that they see, these are the only people that they talk to in the day. So it's not just dropping a meal off. Sometimes a senior may just want to have a chat or just someone to talk to. We have drivers that literally check on our seniors. They'll call the family members if the seniors are not getting their meals for a day, or, just doing that over and beyond what they're asked to do. But we have had seniors that requested, well, can y'all give me a ride to the grocery store? Well, we can't because all the drivers are tied up. So we're hoping to at least get another driver to deliver meals so we can free a driver up to start assisting them with maybe doing a grocery day. We pick up people like on a Tuesday, take them to stores in the city of Kenner, grocery stores, places that they can sit, like Walmart and Rouse's have places you can sit while other people may be shopping, just to give them another opportunity to get their other business done. So like I said, we would want to offer that, but we can't without that additional driver.
Okay, actually, they have it looks like in the budget on page 191, they have a vehicle operator, and then there's a lot, there's a
Yeah.
0 out.
I think that's gonna be transferred to that supervisor position for that one, and then those
Okay.
that bottom
Okay.
one for a
It's just
part-timer
that,
to fill
part-time, so
in.
that's what you're talking
Yep.
about, okay. Okay, and then, but it says, why is it decreasing, so the amended budget was 87, and then it's decreasing in the proposed budget to 53 on the vehicle operator one?
What page is that?
It's 191,
Okay.
and it says amended 87, but it's decreasing, so I was just wondering why it would be decreasing.
I think because you're moving that one driver out, he has been there about 30 years, but we're moving him to a supervisor because we need more people in-house
Okay.
to make sure we attend to the needs of the seniors in the center.
Okay.
So we're moving him out, but we're asking for that additional driver, so that's why you see the decrease
Okay, so the
there.
additional driver would be coming in as part of lower cost,
Yes.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then you also want to add a part-time driver as well. Is that sufficient? Only 1,200? Like, that seems a
Yeah,
little
because it's a part-time. yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just to deliver meals, and
Okay.
then the full-time driver that we have can start doing,
Other-
hopefully we
the
can
other
start doing
things,
those
right, right.
routes,
Okay.
yes.
And you deliver meals every day, like Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, we have a partnership and have had a partnership with the Jefferson Council on Aging. They supply the meals and we make sure that they get out to the seniors for those who are homebound, but we also supply congregants, people that come to the center every day. So you have meals that are supplied there, as well as the meals that go out to the seniors.
Okay, and then, like, do you have to qualify for that? Or does anyone, like, I guess, how do they qualify?
You can, just to have a valid driver's license for that, is all you need. Now, to drive the seniors, we need someone who has a certain Class D. So that's why we would take our full-time to use those to transport, but just to deliver the meals, it's just a valid driver's license.
Okay, great, thank you. I appreciate all the work you guys do. It's very important for the
Thank you.
community.
Ms. Shaw, do you have an application? I think Councilwoman McKinney's.
Yes, my son needs a job.
Councilmember Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Ms. Shaw, I know you're aware of all your grants, your access to grants and so forth, and you do a fantastic job at utilizing that. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we, as a resource, another additional resource, because it might come up in time, who knows. KPD does have a grant writer and a lobbyist, so that could be at your disposal as well.
We've actually met with them. The administration has met with those persons from KPD, so we have had discussions on what's necessary to move forward in all of our grant.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
No problem.
Councilmember Shawworth?
Michelle,
Yes.
you take on volunteers to help drive these people around if possible?
Not to drive them around, because then that's the liability on you as the person who's driving them around. That's why we want them to be on the bus, where it's insured and we know that person has gone through a background check and all of those things. Now, during COVID, as far as delivering meals, we did take on volunteers because of the situation that was there, and more people were at home and more people were in need, so we took on volunteers to deliver meals under that circumstance. But for driving our seniors around, we would rather someone who's on staff to do that.
Got you, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. Ms. Shaw, does that complete all your departments?
No, let's go to citizen services.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Shaw.
All right, I'm trying to get to the page. I'll be just a moment.
Citizen service.
137.
It's one, yeah, 137.
Okay. Ms. Miller, Chantel Miller is the Director for Citizen Services. She's ill today, unfortunately, she could not be here, so I'll be presenting on her behalf. Citizen Services is the, has responsibility to the city to provide resources to the citizens. Their main job is to operate the food bank, which they've done quite successfully over the years. Right now, they feed about 5,000 families annually with the funding from the city and through donations to the food bank. Also, Citizen Services offers other resources to the citizens. This past year, since July, they've had a baby shower where they had pregnant mothers come in to get items that have been donated, because we get donations from Walmart, we get donations from Target, and some of those are non-food items. So we had enough that we could have a baby shower for those mothers. They were able to give out formula, which was during a time when, you know, we had a shortage of formula at one time for mothers. So we were able to give out a pallet of baby formula to those expecting mothers. And those mothers of children that age. Also, they've hosted a job fair. They've worked with Treasure Chest, Bill Strong in the city, and they hosted a job fair to introduce to the community other resources. So not only do they just do food, but they offer other resources to the citizens in the city. Right now, we have personnel. We're asking in this budget for one more person. As you can see with the price of food today, we have had many more requests. If anyone has passed on a Wednesday, we have our community neighborhood choice day where the community can come. We have people lined up around the block because people are in need of food and food services. So we have a lot of people that come in and have to get qualified for that. So we are at the basic staffing. If someone is out, that means that it's less resources we can give on a certain day because we have someone out. So we're trying to hire another, just a clerk to come in to make sure that we're also always fully staffed to serve the citizens that come before us.
Any questions? Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Council President. My only question is, are there all the current positions currently filled and fully staffed?
Yeah, they're fully staffed, but that's why if one person is out though with the needs that are coming before us, Councilwoman, that means that's less services, you know, how we quickly and expedited, we can, you know, serve those people if someone is out. So we will be looking for another clerk, hopefully a bilingual clerk that comes in.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think that what you guys do for the community is very important, and I appreciate all the work.
Thank you. And I have the next department, Council Clerk.
What department is that?
Federal Program Compliance.
Yes, to meet the federal program compliance, and it's on 198, page 198.
Okay, Ms. Shaw.
All right, this is a fairly new department. Under this administration, they created the Department of Federal Compliance because we have many grants that we have to manage that are not HUD funded. We have some FEMA grants. So we are looking at, I worked with Mr. Doe in Emergency Services. There was a grant that we've been trying to secure reimbursement where the city put the money out. We've not been able to get the reimbursement. We got word that they're going to allow the reimbursement after 2 years. They've been trying to get reimbursement since 2019. So we got the word. Also, there was a project that's in District 1 and for the Rivertown area. It is the Rivertown drainage project that the state allocated to the city. When Mr. Gonzalez got here, he realized that this was a project that if we didn't move quickly, we were going to lose all $2.3 million. So we have moved, we've met with the state consultants. So this project is back on. They've given us some additional funding to move the project, and they've given us additional time to complete this project. They've given us to May of 2025 to complete the project. So we are moving forward with our consultant to make sure that we stay on time. We've been able to, there are quarterly reports that are due for these projects. We've been able to complete some outstanding quarterly reports to the state to make sure that they stay abreast of what we're doing and we do not lose this funding. Any questions on this budget?
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, I just want to, I'm curious, who's the executive coordinator?
Oh, we hired an executive coordinator to assist us with doing all of the grants. Like I said, we know that we have the grants now that we're managing, working with, so we hired another person
Okay.
to fill that position, and they started about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago? And what's their name?
Kelly Harper.
Harper, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councilmember Shawwell?
Sure, just out of curiosity, is that the $106,000 that for the director?
Yes, that would be me.
That's you.
Yes, because I not only do that, but I also am still doing work with citizen services, and I'm still doing work with community
So
development.
you're doing 3 jobs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I think that's very, I think that's pretty, you need a raise?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
George.
Councilmember Lahat?
Thank you, President. To me, the grants you seek, do they pay for themselves, some of these departments from federal?
Well, this part of it is just compliance. This one is not reimbursable from what I understand. I'll have to get with Liz to see what FEMA would, but this is not reimbursable because this is the part that you're supposed to do as the city getting funds. You have a requirement to make sure that things are done according to either FEMA or whatever grant that you get. This is part of our requirement, because if we fail to do it, we'll lose funding, and then it looks badly on us getting additional funding in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no other questions?
That's it for me, thank you.
Thanks. Tim.
Council Clerk?
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. The next department up is going to be Civil Service. Mr. Todd McDowell, yes. And that one is going to be on page 66.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
You say your son needs a job, send him over. We'll get him applied for. So I want to highlight a few different things. I'm kind of a Clint Eastwood fan, so we can talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. And my departmental budget is pretty much the same. We haven't really changed anything on that, but I just want to talk about general pay things, what's going on with recruiting, hiring, all those fun topics. So the good thing is our job applications in the past year have more than doubled, gone from approximately 540 to over 1,100. That's due to us just being aggressive as heck, staying on departments, encouraging them to interview and hire and keep the process moving. I was kind of frustrated last year because departments had positions funded but would not really act on them. They were just kind of sitting out there. We do not try to fill a position until the department says, hey, look, we're ready to move on this. Hires have more than doubled, gone from approximately 21 to north of 40. So I think that's incredible. The administration and communications have been very supportive of our efforts. We've done a lot of outreach, specifically with the Build Strong Academy, some of the Hispanic associations, Catholic charities. You know, everybody is getting hammered right now because of the way the labor market is. It's hard to find people. You know, that's due to a number of factors, I think. But it's tied, especially among, you look at the group that's dropped out of the labor force the most, it tends to be young males. So we're having trouble filling, you know, manual labor type positions. Specialized positions are tough. You add in the labor market, you add in inflation, housing prices here, homeowners insurance. It's just, it's a lot. And we can't just raise prices when our costs go up. So a couple things that I've mentioned to the administration. The parish is currently doing a job study. I would like to, and I've been told that we're going to get the results of that study. I would like to use that study when we get it back to kind of establish some benchmarks and just see what the practicality of raising some things would be. So that's that. You know, we want to do whatever we can to help bring on more people. It just always boils down to money and what's practical for the city. You know, these aren't one-time costs, they're recurring costs. And I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Any questions? We're good.
Okay, thank you. You have a great day.
Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next department would be the Human Resources / Personnel Department. Ms. Wendy Foles.
Page.
Page 60.
Page 60.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Wendy. Good morning.
We have pretty much a standstill budget from before, a couple of minor increases, but that's in our professional services and in our travel and professional development, because we have hired a safety inspector back into our department, and some of his certifications and courses that he does has to keep up with that.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Director. My only question is, are all positions currently filled?
In my
Yeah, in your
department?
department,
Yes,
yes.
ma'am.
Oh, any other questions? Thank you, Miss Wendy.
Thank you.
All right.
Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. The next department would be Parks and Recreation. Mr. Charles Elaine, page 122.
Mr. Elaine?
Good morning. Tasked with, since last July, of trying to rebuild Parks and Recreation from ultimately zero, being shut down for a couple of years with COVID, and then naturally after the damages post-Ida. The first thing we needed to do is figure out what facilities we can get open fastest so that we can use it for recreation purposes. We've done that. The programs that we've offered back, we've now gone through one calendar season list of flag football, cheer, volleyball, and soccer in the fall, another session of soccer as well as basketball in the winter, and then baseball, softball, t-ball is currently taking place. So we've offered everything that was being offered in the past, and then we have a couple of new things that we're working on to launch this summer. We're at a point where we want to restore respectability to our rec department. We all know the stories of the past with thousands of kids participating. We're not going to see thousands of kids participating. However, if we can offer good programs at an early age, and we do start that in some sports at 3 and 4 year olds, then we can build this thing back. Our greatest number, in fact, is at the 3, 4, 5, and 6 year olds, specifically in t-ball. Each of those age groups have both topped out at 100 kids. We have another 113 on a waiting list. So what my assistant director, Ryan, has done is reach out to those 113, and we're going to come with a league right after this one ends, and those 113 will be able to register first. So in all, by July, we will have accommodated over 300 3, 4, 5, and 6 year olds. We had similar numbers last season for t-ball, around 200, 250. So we've been able to keep those, and if we do this right and keep those young ones, we will keep them. We may not keep them all the way through 11 and 12, because at that point they're potentially playing travel ball or for their schools, but for the most part, they should stay with us all the way through 9 and 10. In each age group, I'm talking about baseball right now, baseball, softball, t-ball, each age group, year to year, has increased in registrations. So the registration numbers have grown. Where we're having some difficulty at this point is on staffing, essentially. We've lost some to retirement. We've lost some to taking other jobs. And that goes on the athletic side, which is our nighttime, predominantly part-time people, to our maintenance department. We've been trying to hire people in the rec maintenance side. We currently have 11 folks to oversee 9 full playgrounds. It's very difficult, and we haven't even hit the hot season yet. For example, we've been able to hire 2 in rec maintenance, but that's out of about 12 or 13 interviews. Either people come in and it's not paying enough, or they no call back to human resources when they reach out to them to continue the process to be hired. So we're very limited, especially on rec maintenance. And again, like I said, and as you guys know, it's about to get pretty warm on a regular basis. So we are very shorthanded. We have enough fields to rent to private organizations, as well as fully accommodate our recreation programs that are taking place. We have, let's see, hang on one second. Again, on the rec maintenance side, we have 11 full-time people. On the athletic side, we have 5 full-time and 11 part-time. And then in the office staff, including myself and the assistant director, we have 7 full-time.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Councilmember Dunn?
Do we get paid for our fields being rented out?
We do.
So where does the money go?
It's going back into, I don't know.
So on the revenue side, you'll see recreation revenue and then, like participation fees, stuff like that. So all the
Right.
revenue that they collect. Recreation also has a dedicated funding, so the automobile tax, is dedicated to them, and they use that for capital. So they do have capital every year that's built into the budget, for that, but typically it goes back into recreation revenue.
Just to add to that, what we charge to rent our fields does not cover the personnel. We lose money on renting fields. We're going to be we've started evaluations a couple months ago to at least try to attempt to break even, and we'll be coming out with rate increases come July 1.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're far below and have been far below the market rate for rentals, whether it's baseball, softball. and especially in the football stadium. We have one football stadium. There's a lot of upkeep that takes place with the number of personnel that's dedicated week to week to get that field game ready, and then also the materials, chemicals, things like that that go on the field, and we're way under. The primary reason that I would think that we shouldn't be this far under, for starters, and as Ms. Newton stated, we're fixing that. But the reason we're less at the moment than, say, Pan American at City Park is two reasons. One, we're not turfed, and two, we don't have the capacity that Pan American has. They may be able to seat 2,000 or 3,000. At best, we can get 1,700. And you have to keep in mind that on the visiting sideline, most of those bleachers are kind of useless because the first 4 rows, you can't see over the players. So any attempt to get more schools playing here currently is going to be really difficult because we don't have enough playing dates. Don't have the maintenance staff to bring the field back on a weekly basis if we played 3 or 4 games a week. And the larger schools, and I know John Curtis has played here for a number of years in the past, they're not going to return in the league that they play in now because we can't accommodate the capacity. It would be impossible. They would need at least 5,000 seats to try and get them back.
The reason I was asking, because one of the ladies asked me about their fields being rented and, in my district, and that the renters were overriding the residents, In other words, the renters had more time on the field than the residents did.
Well, we have a soccer group, for example,
Yeah.
at Lincoln that's there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday through June, and then their rental agreement is over at June. There is nothing paid rental at Buddy Lawson at the moment. There's a Sunday group that comes in, but he hasn't started back with his league. And there's a church group that plays on Saturday, so there's nothing during the week at Lawson.
Well, I'm talking about Susan Park.
Susan Park, the soccer organization that is there runs our soccer recreation program. So that's an exchange with them. There's no money exchanging in that transaction. They've used their entire staff to run our soccer program and build those numbers back up. In return, they stay after the recreation practice and they practice with their private organization. They're not there on the weekends. They're not there on Fridays. They're there to run our program a couple of nights a week, and then they use it for their practice as well. So that is not a paid rental, I guess, to answer your question.
Councilmember Lahat.
Hey, Charles. The cooperative endeavor agreements, has that assisted your office? Like I know Chappelle has it, East Bank has it, we're talking about Butch Dewey. They have to maintain the field and do all the maintenance. Has that helped your office overall maintain these parks?
Certainly. I mean, at this point, for the most part, Dewey is self-sufficient with those organizations. We help a little bit. Certainly, we have Mr. Joe there currently to assist them a little bit during the day. But for the most part, that definitely relieves because, I mean, in all honesty, with the number of maintenance that we have, I mean, we could probably handle 3 or 4 parks. But stretched thin, we're trying to accommodate 9. It makes it very difficult.
And just in the grand scheme of upgrades, I'm involved in the Chappelle program, obviously. My daughter plays on it. They're talking about putting turf on that field this year by the fall, which upgrades the whole facility. Then East Bank may do the same thing. On a larger scale, like the football field, what Kenner Discovery plays. What's the name of the football field? I should know this.
Bertolino.
Is there any thought of a bigger organization, like a football program or maybe another team that would do some type of agreement to put in a ton of money to maybe help revitalize that place? I know we have money coming in from Dominic on that for Muss, and is that money going towards just the softball diamonds or the football field?
The money coming in from Dominic is going to the baseball end of it.
That's what I thought.
Charles and I are working on different things to eventually turf Bertolino if we can. We're looking at some different options, sponsorship packages and stuff like that.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's all preliminary, though.
To turf the stadium, it's going to cost us about $1.3 million. That'll get us 15 to 20 years with turf if it's well kept. There's still maintenance to it. Look, it doesn't go away. The maintenance doesn't go away just because you throw turf out there. What it will help long term is every weekend, all day long, Saturday, Sunday, there's dozens of people playing football, soccer, et cetera, on the field. If you go to any other stadium in the city, nobody's got access to the stadium. EJ, nobody's walking into EJ on the weekend to play pickup games. So if we're going to keep it open because of the track, we also have that on the backside where we take a hit because now our manpower and dollars have to go back into fixing fields. It's not so bad right this minute, but when we get back to football season, we're going to run into that again. And there's no way to keep those people off. We have signs, but no one listens to the signs. So if it's going to be a wide open facility, then that's the risk you take of people tearing it up on the weekend. But it will cost us about $1.3 million. We've had some discussions, not with anyone specific yet, but we've had discussions on potential sponsorships, naming rights, things like that, to try and generate revenue to do that. Turf alone will certainly help. We've had numerous calls from high school lacrosse teams, more soccer teams, but we can't accommodate it because you put too much wear and tear between soccer and lacrosse, it's worse than a football game. So again, it goes back to lack of personnel. Turf would drastically help that. We would be able to book more. Could we recover $1.3 million? Yeah, I guess over a 15, 20-year period, but then it's someone else's problem to replace the turf then, right? So the other factor there, it goes back to how many people can we fit in the stadium. Confidently, I would say if we could have similar stands on the visiting side that equals the current home side and then rebuild the home side, you have a chance to get it to 4,000 or 5,000. So then you would have an opportunity to possibly bring in Curtis against another Catholic League foe or Kenner Discovery coming in there as they're growing and they're moving up in classification. They're playing schools that have a bigger following. So there's all those opportunities. And then we're also hit from the schools who currently they know what our rates are and they're not able to afford Pan Am, Tad Gormley, EJ, so they're coming to us and playing. They're taking any dates available, a Thursday night, a Saturday afternoon. So while turf will certainly allow us to book more, there is an upfront cost and there's still a maintenance to it. It's not as drastic as natural grass, but certainly there is a maintenance to that long term.
Yeah, George, I'm really intrigued in all the sponsorships for fields. I've researched a lot because I'm involved with Chappelle, but there's around the country, there's businesses, private organizations, even nonprofits that are entering into long-term payment revenue deals where the sponsors actually guarantee installment sponsorships for quarterly payments for years to help offset or help do something like you would want to do at Bernalino to turf the field. So just keep me involved in those discussions. I'm really interested. And one more question, statement. I know we lost our supervisor at Galatas. Since Mr. Johnny's left, the field still looked great. I think you've told me that would occur, and I think y'all have done a great job. That's really the only one in my district. I do appreciate that, but I think Galatas is looking fine. So thank you for your attention out there.
And just to clarify, just so you know, Ryan and I spoke with the organization that actually produced and manufactured the turf that the Saints play on in the Dome. That turf, for example, is roughly $400,000 to $450,000. The remaining in that 1.3 is all the underlaying excavation, drainage that would need to be put in at Bertolino because the existing sprinkler system and all would come out and everything would start over. So that's why we're looking at roughly $1.3 million to try and convert that over.
And Joey, basically Ryan and Charles and I have been talking about this for several months, but they have a million things to do. So we're trying to put a deal together, some type of sponsorship deal together, because we know that if we can get a turf field, then we can accommodate lacrosse, soccer, football. We don't have to worry about the wear and tear as much on a turf field versus a grass field. Yeah. And so that's in the process. And then once we get everything lined up, we're going to go to the mayor and the administration and just pitch it and let them see what we've been working on to figure out, you know, what direction we have to go to make sure all the i's are dotted and all the t's are crossed.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Deline, we've been talking in the past about several things, but I know you got your hands full, and I know we got to get our parks and rec back up to speed, and it's going to be a lot of work on your part, so I know you got your plate full. But we also talked about there's an ongoing kind of a new sport. Jefferson Parish has led the way with it, and they've had rec courts. It's like a half a tennis court that's utilized for that type of activity, and it's really caught fire. So
Pickleball.
Could you
Yes,
you
sir.
please
So
talk about it?
on each tennis court, you can fit 2 pickleball courts. We're going to have the one at AP Clay and the one at Rosemary Minor painted for pickleball. Very similar, if you want to see what it actually looks like. A good example is at Miley Playground. The tennis lines are white. There's kind of a grayish lines for pickleball. So you can put 1 pickleball court on each side of 1 tennis court. So we'll have 2 painted here on the south side of Kenner. Much larger problem on the north side of Kenner. I know you and I had discussed, and Councilwoman McKinney had discussed this as well. Early talks with the company that put tennis courts in the city, they've come back and said that to repair Alabama because of the foundational cracks, we're looking at well over $200,000. And that's 2 courts. So if those were redone and painted for pickleball, that would give us 4 more pickleball courts. And there's a roll-away netting for the pickleball, and you'll see that if you wanted to ride over to Miley too, that people can just roll to the side and then continue to play tennis if they like.
And the pickleball itself, could you describe how that?
I would describe it kind of as human ping pong. A lot less effort, but it is taking a national stage. It's on ESPN now with national events. Some of the former, just recently on national TV, you would have Andre Agassi playing Pete Sampras, but it's in pickleball. And I mean, you could tell the wear and tear on their bodies from playing years of pro tennis. It's not as much running, almost no running. It's kind of just a few shuffles, but it's played with a paddle and a ball. So we used to offer it, from what I understand, prior to me, in Woodward Gym. However, on a sport court, the ball won't bounce very well. So it hits dead spots and doesn't bounce. So the folks that were playing in there in the past had at least told our staff that it wasn't sufficient to try and play it. It was better on a hard court, similar to a tennis court.
So you have an idea about when the pickleball courts would open at the 2 parks that you just mentioned?
I would say those are going to be done by June.
Okay, awesome, very good. Yeah, I think.
As far as the other courts around the city, I mean, we're going to need a lot of capital to repair all those.
For those 2 courts, we'll be able to get up some schedules and get some participants. And
Yes,
so
sir.
forth.
Those would definitely be. We would work with Ms. Vanette in the communications department and put that out of when those would be open. Both sites are currently open 24/7. There's nothing locked at either facility.
And that wouldn't cost much money to get it rolling in those 2.
No, it's just going to be painting the lines.
Okay,
There's
great.
no resurfacing or anything like that.
Beautiful. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. My questions, I know you mentioned how many employees are employed within the organization, the recreation organization, but how many are open and versus filled? So like, are you fully staffed, basically?
Not even close.
Okay. So what would you say, like 25%?
Well, we have, back in the day, I guess, we would have 2 or 3 people at night at each park. At least 7, we only have 1. If they call in sick, we're scrambling. If we have multiple facilities that are overflowing, because again, we're using the ones that have adequate lighting and ability on the fields to be able to use them, and have a playable situation. So those have kind of narrowed things down to 4 or 5 different spots. So we scramble almost daily to figure out who's going to help cover certain events. Rec maintenance, as I said, we were able to hire 2 out of about 13 or 14, I guess about 13 interviews. So it hasn't been easy to get anyone at all to come in. Now, we've had 2 retirements in rec maintenance, so we kind of bringing in those 2 new people, that didn't solve a whole lot of the manpower issue.
And then I had a question on page 129, which is leisure services, you have, excuse me, you have 75,000 in departmental supplies. What are those supplies for?
Give me 1 second.
And it's pretty much in line with previous, but I was just wondering what that covers.
It should be on. You can if you got it.
It's really expenses like that cover. So like if they're having a camp or a class or something, it's the supplies to run the leisure program. Is really
Painting
what it
supplies,
is.
art supplies.
Yeah.
Okay, paint, arts, okay, stuff like that. You don't still have the clay thing, right?
We do not.
That was really fun. And then with regard to also the leisure services, you're probably not fully staffed in some of these as well.
Well, most of those positions are part-time as needed, so it depends on when we offer that particular program and what instructor is available at the time.
Okay, great. And what do the Christmas Village workers do during, are they the ones that sell food or is that?
They have in the past. We haven't been directly involved with Christmas Village since I've been in this position. I believe that's fallen more under Mr. Glorioso.
Okay, so you haven't really used that line item?
I have not, no.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sharwoff?
Sir, thank you so much for your help a couple weeks ago.
Sure,
I
thank you.
appreciate that. I think it's your dedication to come in, work on a Saturday, Sunday, and after work, come out here to help recreation. It's your determination to make this work.
Look, I've said this from the beginning, and when Mayor Glazer first met with me when he took over, is that I don't really want to see things get back to where they were the day before Ida. I want them to be what we see places like a Houston, and Austin, a Dallas has. They're 10 years ahead of us right now, so we're way behind, and funding is going to be critical, even if I have to go out and raise money and be creative. Whatever it takes to make it better. Not as it was, because as it was is 20 years behind everyone else. We don't have tens of millions of dollars from a rec millage coming in that JPRD uses, so we have to be creative in what we have. We have to accept the fact that here's where we are today, and how do we get to make it better? And that's only going to happen if we can maintain the staff we have, find new people, fresh blood that can come in and learn, and then also find ways to bring in more revenue so that we can continue to make things better. The greatest example at the moment would be Green Lawn Playground. We demolished a termite-ridden press box that was rebuilt with the time and effort of yourself, Councilman Brannigan. I was out there. We rebuilt that. 100% of the lights work. That was a task. That's going to go ongoing to every park until I run out of money. I think perception's everything. When someone walks on a park and 40% of the lights don't turn on, it's bad. It just looks like it's not kept. So the lights, fencing, Councilman Lahad helped a great deal with a fencing project at Galatas. Every little thing counts. And the only way to rebuild a program, just like trying to rebuild a team, the only way to rebuild a program, you gotta present something that gives buy-in back from the community. If the community's not bought in, we'll be having the same conversations a year or two from now. We've offered programs, but if people register and then don't bring their kids out, that's a problem. When we have 71 kids register for softball and then consistently only 30-something show up at practice, that's a problem. I can't force the parents to bring the kids out. We can market, we can promote the programs, we can get the registrations up. We put out 8,000 flyers to the schools. We put out social media posts. We put out the 4x8 signs. We've marketed the online registration. We've offered programs. Do the programs need improvement? Sure. We're going to lose some that feel like their kid is at a different level and they're going to go to private ball or somewhere else. But that's going to take time to rebuild things as far as quality. And that goes back to our soccer program, as I stated with Ms. Dunn, is that, you know, the guy who is the head coach at Rummel, and they made the state semifinals, so he's building Rummel's program. He is utilizing his staff to help rebuild our own rec program. That's a model. That's a really good situation. I mean, places in Texas are doing this where they're privatizing or working with private groups in certain sports because they have the knowledge and know-how of rebuilding programs when you're looking for people at night. And this has really worked. He's steady 80, 90 kids every session he does in soccer. And when we offer a Christmas soccer clinic, he's got 95 kids out there. I mean, it's working. We need to find similar connections in other sports that we're really struggling in to try and help build it. So facilities is key. When you walk into Green Lawn right now, minus the concession, we know that's a problem, but the field looks great. It's manicured. We've got the outfield fence. There's windscreen up. Scoreboard works. Lights work. That's the model. If we can get to that with all the other facilities, then we turn the corner.
And our efforts that we did the other day are noticed. Like parents, I'm getting feedback on it. They noticed that, hey, was that the councilman out there? Was that the director out there?
Yeah.
They're noticed. So that, and also, again, work with Councilman Impostado and Councilman Brannigan here. I know if we get a good men's baseball field out there at Bertolino. Hispanic League came out there, played last year. I know that's a few extra dollars that you probably wasn't counting on for recreation. And the field they didn't tear it up, they took care of the field, and there was a very good partnership with them. I'm sure that they'll be more than glad to come back again. And if you do any kind of improvements, the MSBL, MABL is always looking for fields. The Diamond Dreams, 40 and over, always looking for fields. And I'm telling you, I can get 1 to 2 tournaments from out of state, from people around the country, come play ball here. If we get a quality ball field. These are guys that played Major League Baseball. These guys that played Division I, and they're still playing ball today at an older age. But they want to come in and they have a good time here in New Orleans, and we build it, they'll come. Okay?
Thank you.
Councilmember Dunn?
Yeah, this is not a budget question. I just want to know, do you have another open date for Buddy Lawson? I mean, I know we
I'm
were
hearing
supposed
by
to
the
see
end of
him.
this week we should be good.
I mean, Friday.
But I wouldn't officially put that.
I know Friday.
Both
I
Lawson
passed
and
by.
Lincoln, the last few steps through the guys in general services are being handled this week. So if I get some good news by Friday, you'll get a phone call from me, and both of those facilities will be able to open. Our supervisor, who's normally at Lawson, has been helping for well over a year at Wentwood, so he can go back to Buddy Lawson at that point, and we've been able to hire someone new as a head supervisor at Lincoln.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Personally, I appreciate all the updates. Trust me, it's not for me.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
And look, I told the mayor recently that I didn't hit my goal. I wanted every gym back open within his first year, so he said I failed. So we will not get Wood Lake open in the next month or two. It's going to take a little while at Wood Lake. The most damage was there. We've got a number of things to address in that facility, but as I just stated, Lincoln and Lawson should open within the next week or two, and at that point we can toss our focus onto Wood Lake and get that one open as well.
Okay,
Salary for the director is much lower.
Hey, look, if it helps, if it were to help any of our guys that are out there in the heat every day, I need them. We need every one of them. And without them, we have no chance of rebuilding this. Because if the fields look terrible, we can offer everything under the sun, and nobody's coming out there. So those guys have a tremendous value to us, to me, Ryan, the staff, the program. Without their efforts day to day in the heat, the perception or the survival possibilities of Kenner Recreation is doomed.
Okay, we got off track a little bit with recreations. We have so much stuff going on. We want to try and get through the budget. Councilmember Lahat?
Yeah, the fishing pier, that is under recreation purview?
It is.
Okay, what other, any other part of Lake Town is under y'all, or is that, what part is general
We
services?
kind of work together, myself with Mark, on a number of things that are out there. I know that Blocher was out there recently about the lighting.
Yeah.
And then we have a better count now, which is significantly increased of what we need to repair the railing. So you'll see that
that's
very
okay.
soon.
So I just want to make sure it's not too much for recreation.
No,
There's
well, they're out there. They spend the better part of their morning on a Monday morning cleaning up Lake Town, but that's a trash issue, not a facility issue necessarily.
Okay.
They're able to maintain it, cutting grass, that kind of thing, but unfortunately, what happens on the weekend ties them up for a solid morning on a Monday, just to get it back in respectable shape.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Lahat, just to give you an update, Blocher, our contractor, has been out there all last week and this week after you sent the pictures that you sent last week, and he is going to have 95% of the lights working out there. You don't have the ones that the poles are missing, got torn down from Ida, but everything else out there, he's working on getting them back up. We have a lot of underground electrical issues out there, really needs to be overhauled, but he's doing a bang-up job on getting what he can get lit out there. The lighthouse is now back up. We had a bad photo cell on that. We took care of all that last week, so we should have a lot more lights up there and
That's
running.
incredible. Thank you so much.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, I just had one additional question. I know that, and this may not necessarily, it speaks to the budget because of numbers, but it was brought to my attention that some of the registration for Kenner Sports is trails like Jefferson Parish. And so with regard to that, in terms of, obviously getting the number of kids out, do you think that that has an effect on it? Is there any look at like trying to align it with JPRD so we're doing it at the same time and we're not competing necessarily directly with that?
It certainly will get there. What we've unfortunately had to do because of the circumstances in the last year is introduce programs and try and get anyone out there first. For the first time in, I guess, 2 seasons, we've been able to at least field a couple of 11 and 12 teams, which is an improvement. When they only had 1 team, we had to join forces with JPRD, and they were gracious enough to line up some teams to come play us at Bertolino. So all the games were still at Bertolino, but without JPRD sending teams over the last season, in a short season prior to that, those kids would not have had a season. They wouldn't have had anyone to play for baseball. Yeah. I'm speaking of baseball. Ultimately, there's problems outside of Kenner as well, nationally, in terms of participation. If we were in a situation where we attempted to put together an all-star team, it would be made up of 90% of the teams that are out there because it's the only numbers we have. And I'm afraid if we put them out there right now, as we're trying to rebuild it, it's going to be a tough situation. They're not going to be able to compete at the highest level with some of the other places that are flooded with participants. So short term was to rebuild the programs and offer programs, but certainly at some point we can get back to how things were and more aligned with other seasons.
Yes, and my son's playing for the 11, 12-year-olds, so I'm looking forward to that starting soon too. So
I think one thing has helped a little bit is that when a season ends with JPRD, some of those kids are still looking to play some more, so they've still come to us. So it's hard to tell at this point, did we gain a little bit and then we lost a little bit based off of when we started and ended the season. But we're also basing this off of when we have personnel. So if basketball starts overlapping with baseball, we can't cover everything. It's just we don't have the people to do that. So we've had to let it end, settle for a week or two, and then open registration for the next thing.
Well, thank you. And also, there's a bunch of people that are on the corner of Williams and Vets that need jobs. I'm sure they work outside. They like to
If
stand
they can get on a
outside. They can be
Skag, we'll
cutting-
take them.
They can be cutting the grass instead of, dancing around or
Yeah.
something like that. So.
Councilman Wilmot?
Mr. Lyon, a little while ago, you mentioned Lincoln and Buddy Lawson may be opening soon. Do you have any estimated dates?
The goal was May 1st. We ran into some snags on some lighting issues inside the meeting rooms. General Services is working on that now, and as of last week, the punch list should be completed this week. I'll notify you guys and certainly Ms. Dunn on that progress, but if that happens, then we can move to open that in the next couple of weeks.
And that's
Prior to June 1st at this point, for
That's
sure.
for both gyms?
Both, yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you. Mr. Alon.
Yes, sir. The next department will be the Public Works Department, page 104.
Okay, Mr. Duplanche? Huh? Said it wrong, sorry. Go ahead and get started.
I have to admit that this is my first budget meeting. I don't know what gets started means.
Okay.
Amy, pull his
if you
microphone a
want-
little closer and make sure it's turned on.
If you wanted to say anything to the council about your budget, things in the budget and stuff, or if you want us just to go to questions, we can do that.
I think it'd probably be best to just go to questions.
Okay.
Well, he's going to tell you he needs people.
What's that?
He needs people. This is going to, the first
Okay.
thing he's going to tell you. So ask him about open positions.
And money.
Just, if you could just introduce yourselves. So,
Go ahead, Christine.
Push it forward.
Christine Calamari with Field Services of Public Works.
William Duplessis, Assistant Public Works Director. And I guess we'll go straight to opening. Right now, we have 58 positions called for in the new budget. Approximately, right now, we have 30 openings. So I think that explains everything. We work with civil service and everybody. At the minute they give us names, we try and interview them, but half the time they don't show up, or they don't pass the background check. But every time we get a name, we quick on trying to interview them and get them hired. But as we stand now, we're about half short of people, which affects, everything in our department. Asphalt, concrete, grass cutting, tree trimming, everything.
Okay,
Answering.
I'm looking at page 106, and there's two new positions, electrician number 3 and foreman.
Yes, those are positions that I made last year when I took over, when I came here in July, I took over the generator maintenance. We have 50 generators in the department, and originally it was with General Services. Mark and I talked about it, and I took it over. And right now, I hired a couple of people. We're doing our own maintenance on the generators to an extent. We run them every week. This week at the council meeting, it's going to be a load testing equipment. We're going to load test them if we have to. But to run 57 pieces of equipment, have them ready for every storm event, or even just like yesterday's rain, the wastewater department has them ready to go out to the lift stations. I brought in two new people to take care of that, in addition to maintain the lights, the light standards and the message boards. We do all of that with these people to make sure that when recreation needs them or general service needs them, They're ready to go, they're maintained every week, they're serviced, they run, and that's what the 2 extra people are for.
Okay.
That's also with the, in that department, the 250,000 is for the, last year, the generator contract was with General Services. This year, the generator contract and maintenance of the 57 generators are now in Public Works Administration. So that's why it's 0 and 250.
And
So that-
the reason there isn't an amount for the amended budget is because these people are in other departments right now, working with him, but we're gonna restructure and actually move those people into his budget. So that's why, it's a filled position, those 2 new people. It's just they're currently working in other parts of Public Works.
So basically, the salary increase
It'll
of
be a net zero,
120,000 is
yeah.
not-
It's gonna be a, net zero change. You'll see it in other departments where the position was moved.
Okay. Councilmember McKinney, did you?
Yeah, those were some of my questions, but, there's a line item for professional services. What is the professional services contract?
In which,
I'm sorry, in the Public Works Administration.
Page
It's 100,
10
it's
page
100
105.
Yeah, page 105, 140.
that's for,
Is that for?
that's for drainage studies or traffic signal studies or type of studies that we have to hire the engineers for.
Okay, so it's engineers?
Yes.
Engineers, okay. And then, okay, well, thank you for taking over that generator maintenance. I'm sure they appreciate that.
Well, it's 57 and counting. I'm sure there'll be a few more in the next couple of years.
Yes, okay, so, so for, same thing, okay. And on page 109, there's, so there's been some changes. It looks like the director, well, that's field services, that's not you, right?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
Public Works. That is you? Okay. So it takes, you took away the director, assistant director. Is that, did they just move to, you don't have a director anymore? The superintendent, it was assistant director, like, that, it was that movement around? I guess just explain that. And then, what happened to that office manager as well? Like, is that just all movement within that department?
As you're aware, the administration's been trying to reduce the amount of department heads, and so this is one of the ones that was folded into Public Works. It will become a division within Public Works. So those positions, we've eliminated the position of director and assistant director, and we have an executive operations office manager that has taken the place of kind of, overseeing those aspects along with a foreman 3.
Okay, and who's the superintendent 3? Like,
Larry Williams.
Larry Williams, who was the former assistant director of Field
Okay.
Services.
okay, yeah, kind of.
We're still in the process of transitioning.
Okay.
We have a lot of PAs to do and work with civil service as well to get it back
And
into
those are all
that.
civil service positions, those?
Yes.
So, okay, and then who's the operations administrator?
Ms. Calamari.
Oh, Calamari, okay. Okay, and I think everything else. There's a program coordinator, and is that a new position, or is that someone being moved in from another?
That's the contract coordinator.
No, that is an existing position that's being promoted into another role, which is the QSEND, developing QSEND within our department.
Okay.
Because we help other departments as well as the assistants to you guys with learning QSEND and such. So he'll be managing that program, and he also helps now with reports and such that you guys need. So
Okay,
it's an
and but-
existing position.
It's an
that-
existing position?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Just want to understand that. And then on 111, they have, so tree cutting, that is, with regard to that, that's the contract, that's contract labor, for like, whoever we have a contract with.
Yes,
For that risk
risk.
management, or risk tree service.
Yes.
And then professional services, what is, under public parkways, what are those?
That's for the chemical spraying contract.
Chemical, okay. And that grass cutting, that's everything like medians, everything that's
Yes.
on the, like, obviously doesn't include recreation, but everything throughout the city year-long, right?
Yes,
Okay.
with H&O.
Okay, so that's the H&O contract, okay, that's where I want to find out.
Yeah, we're also cutting some of general services, recreation that we used to cut, but we just don't have the people for
Right,
it.
okay, yeah. But
Wastewater,
in
too.
an ideal situation, if you had all your employees, then that contract would be less.
Right, the contract has, we can add locations and reduce. As we hire people, we're gonna
Right,
reduce.
so it'll switch back.
So, we hoping that happens.
Okay, so you have that included in there, and then you are also requesting funding for fully staffed. So really, in an ideal world, if you were fully staffed, you have extra money in the budget because you wouldn't use that line item as much, correct? Okay. And I think you already answered my question. I had, how many open positions do you have?
30.
And you said you have about 30 openings.
About 30.
Okay. I have one more question with regard to street lighting. Okay, so it looks like the chief electrician is getting a bump. Is that a position that's filled?
Yes, it's filled.
Okay. And that's the only change, or there's actually a decrease in traffic signal, but, you know, whatever. And then, I think looks like all. I do want to talk, so the street work, or the public works street lighting, I know I was in a meeting last week about street lighting, and we maintain over 2,000 street lights?
Yes, on metal poles.
Yes, on metal poles. Is this an adequate, like, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of metal pole streetlights that are still out, like, in some areas. Is this adequate staff to maintain that level?
No, of the 10 people in the street line division, 5 of them are electrician ones.
Okay.
We usually have 1 crew per day that goes out and fix street lights.
Okay.
Now, that's street lights, that's poles that have been knocked down. You know, in combined, there's a lot of poles that get knocked down, so we have to reinstall poles, you know, fix the street lights, and then if we have need help in other departments like traffic and all, they will help. So, you know, the 5 electrician ones that are open are more or less people to fix street lights on a daily basis when we fill
And
those
that's open
positions.
positions?
Yeah,
Is
we
that
have
what you're
5.
saying? Oh,
5
okay.
electrician, 1 openings.
Oh, okay. So that's why you're probably,
And you got 5 now, or you
Yes.
missing? You do have
Yeah,
5.
five.
So in the streetlights, all of these positions are filled?
No,
No,
5
five.
electrician ones are open.
are open.
Are
Yeah,
open.
they're open, which means that all of them are open.
Oh,
Because there's only 5.
And, you know, then
So
that-
if you hire Ryan, I'm sure you,
And then you gotta remember, for the festivals and Christmas, we help out general services and all with putting everything up too with our electrician.
okay, great.
Okay, so the 5 electrician ones are open.
Yes.
The electrician 2, electrician 3, do we have those?
Electrician 2, electrician 3, yeah, he's the one doing the street lights.
Okay.
Electrician 1 and 2. 1 second, please. It's too many different divisions. Yeah.
So you only have 5, and they're all electrician ones.
So the only thing
5
that's
open,
missing
electrician
is
1.
those 5.
And we have electrician 2 and electrician 3.
Okay. All right.
And the chief electrician that's filled, right?
It's Perry,
Yes.
yes, Perry Neal.
Okay.
Councilmember Lahat?
Hey, one question, general litter pickup, is that part of Public Works, or is that,
That's everybody. Every Monday morning, the first thing they do between 6:30 or 7 and 11 is pick up. We all have different routes, all the different departments. We have different routes, and we pick up litter. We also, through our Parkways Department, pick up a lot of the stuff that Ivy Waste doesn't do, the privately dump stuff at the dead-end streets on the neutral grounds that Ivy Waste doesn't pick up. We do that also.
yeah, because George has mentioned this, I have some areas in my district where people throw sofas, old chairs on parkways. I saw it on Vintage today when I came here. So I'm sorry, so it's multiple departments or yours that,
On Monday morning, we do the city. We pick up trash
whole
and
city.
debris from the roadways in the city. Now, as far as the dead-end streets and the sofas and all, it's mostly our Parkway department.
okay, Stephanie, took notes? That's who you email about that. Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Councilmember Shorewall?
But just remember, when we're picking up all that trash, we're not cutting trees and all.
Oh, I know.
Fixing lights, or fixing lights.
Or fixing
Yeah.
lights.
Everything. Or
There's a lot of
streets,
illegal
or
dumping.
curbs.
There's a lot of illegal dumping when, to explain it easily, Ivy Waste picks up one time on Wednesdays with their claw truck. And when you don't get picked up, the people don't want it sitting in front of their house, so they dump it someplace else and call us. So that's where we have to go, illegal dumping. They dump in the dead end of the streets, along the street right-of-ways, back by the airport, down the right-of-ways where Ivy Waste is not responsible for. And, you know, it takes us, you know, we probably spend 8 hours a week picking up illegal dumping.
And manpower is a
And
problem,
manpower is
honestly.
an
So it's
issue.
not just, we can't create a position. The position's already there, but
Right.
you still need people to do it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shorewall?
Don't we have All-Star Electric that's contracted by the city to help with electrical,
Yeah,
like
they
the
help
poles and
us.
things like that? Or
They help us, if we're having a problem with streetlights where there's underground problems and all. We have a separate streetlight contract for I-10 to fix all the lights and all on I-10. And, but All-Star does help us. I don't think we've used them that much. Most of the work we can do, unless it's finding underground shorts and we have to dig, we let them help us. But most of the stuff we just do ourselves when it comes to streetlights. Oh, you mean Belocia?
That's who,
We have a contract with All-Star,
Yes.
which helps in-house, and we have a contract with Blocher also.
Okay, it's but because you don't have the personnel.
Correct.
Go out there and do it.
Right, when there's something big or it's important, we don't have the personnel, we'll call them to help.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to ask one question. Do the city have a boom truck like Ivy? Do they have the lift, the boom truck?
Yes. The streets lighting department, yes.
The-
Oh, no, we don't have the claw truck, I'm sorry. No, we do not have a claw truck. We do everything through backhoe, front-end loader,
and then put it in a dump truck.
and then load it to a dump truck.
I think that's something we need to invest in because, you know, I mean, really, I know.
Then when we get to our yard, we have to separate it. Trash, construction debris, and we have to separate the sofas and the mattresses because the springs inside the mattresses, the dump's very technical about taking them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Wilmot?
At one point, we had a piece of equipment, and it was used at the boat launch, and it was to a dredging machine type of thing. Do we still have that?
That's going to be auctioned. It's a little bit too small for what it was intended to do in the first place. So we can send it on to somebody who can use it elsewhere where it'll be functioning. As you can see, the type of equipment that they actually have to use to dredge the boat launch is substantially much larger.
Okay, I was just wondering, because I heard about it initially and how it was gonna be, we were hoping it was gonna be of help, but it wasn't the right fit, so.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shorewall?
How much equipment you have in your yard right now that needs to be repaired? Your asphalt machine, to lay asphalt?
We just got it back.
We just got it back. We also, the trailer that keeps the asphalt hot, we just got it back. I understand where you're going, but it's not, it's the people. But to put concrete work, asphalt work, and 3 different divisions, drainage work is the same 15 people.
We just moved
Because
it.
we're so short, we just move them around.
To
One week we
accommodate
do
whatever
asphalt
job.
work because we get so many complaints. One week we do curbing work and a little bit of concrete work. And then we have drainage work. We do small drainage work. We catch bait, anything we can do with the 15 people, but we have to rotate them. We don't have enough people to send an asphalt crew out every day, curb crew out every day, and a drainage crew every day. We have to assess what's most important.
I was just wondering how much you got that needs repaired.
It's not, I don't believe it's that much of a repair issue as it is a people issue, getting enough people to bring out all the equipment every day.
And you have to have lights and everything.
Because for a while, we had You know, until recently, we hired an equipment operator for these 3 divisions, but before, the superintendent was running the equipment and being the supervisor. That's, you know, that's to explain it more carefully, you know. So we finally got an operator, and now at least we have an operator go out with the crew, with the 15 people, but we have to separate every day, what we want to do each day, depending on priority.
Okay, well, thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, your next department will be Fleet Management. Just so everybody knows, we'll take Fleet Management. Following Fleet Management, we will take the wastewater department and then take a break.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you have to lift it. You got the short one.
Okay, got a recommendation for all of the directors to introduce themselves when they come up, so.
Okay, I'm Sue Renatza, Director of Fleet Management. This is,
Russ Moran, Assistant Director of Fleet Management.
Perfect. Okay, so tell us.
first thing is I'm asking for equipment.
What's that?
I'm asking for equipment. I need equipment, vehicles, whichever y'all would like me to have, especially Vector trucks. And then whatever questions you have, I'll answer them.
Okay. Councilmember Wilmot?
Thank you. The vac trucks, you just mentioned it. How many we have, how many in operation?
We have 4 Vector trucks. 2 are at Covington Sales right now, being repaired. We have one that was on the road this morning, and as we pulled up, it pulled up and said it had a valve leak. So right now, we have 1 on the road.
The 2 that are being repaired, what are the estimated dates that they'll be back in service? Do
No
we know?
idea. They've been there for quite a while. One of them we just got from Jefferson Parish. We're putting that was $26,000 into that one to get it started, to see what exactly we need on it. It had so much work to be done on it. The other one is a 2020 Vector truck. It has $38,000. We just got through legislation, and it's there. We did a PO this morning to start on it. They have to order a motor, a rear end motor for it, to do the Vector on it.
So do we have any of those trucks available right now
We
in
have
operation?
one.
We have one in
as of right
operation.
now. And that's a 2008.
Okay. We have storm season approaching, of course, and we would like to have more than one, because you never know if one the one remaining would fail. So we definitely need backup on that. Do you have any suggestions on?
We have a contract that, out right now that we have for emergency Vectors that we can rent in the case of an emergency.
We can rent one?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. And we have one at present? Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Natsa, how many are y'all short employees too?
Right now, I'm short on 2 employees.
2?
2.
So all the other positions are
All
filled?
the others are filled.
That's a good thing.
I think I'm probably the only department.
Yes.
Must be that I'm nice.
Did you add positions this year?
I canceled a position and added a new mechanic. Originally had 1 mechanic and 2 helpers, and I got rid of the helper position and asked for a mechanic.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Oh, wait, Councilmember McKenna?
Of course I have a question. Thank you, and thank you, Director. The only question I have is, I noticed that, that communications increased. by almost doubled, so I was wondering what that communication expense is. And then, also repairs and maintenance, that looks like a line with the amended budget. What, is that just regular, like, vehicle maintenance and stuff like that, or is that
We
include
have two
other-
different maintenance
Okay.
accounts. One's outsourcing,
Okay,
and then the other one is in-house sourcing with the parts and things. As far as the communication part, I'm asking for 2 radios,
for two radios, okay.
and I believe it was 2 backup batteries for Fuel Depot's shack.
Okay, and is that, so that's new equipment, or is that maintenance?
It's new.
Is that a maintenance thing?
It's being
Okay.
new.
One additional thing with communications is we switched to a new tracking, a GPS tracking system, so that's the difference there too, for those.
Okay, great.
On the repairs and maintenance, you have repairs and maintenance at 110, and then you also have it at 170. Did we spend all of that last year?
So far, we're pretty close to it. I think we might have 100,000 to get us through the end of the year. I know she
Okay.
just did a line item transfer Friday, so we're spending,
That's a big
it's
ticket
pretty
item
close.
you just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what is the negative, Liz, on line 5750 for repairs and maintenance
Yeah.
year-to-date?
So what happens is, Fleet processes all repairs, and then it is charged back to departments that have a millage. So it could have been when we ran the report, if we
Okay.
did the journal entry to charge like streets and drainage or wastewater, they would have got a credit.
Oh, okay, okay, makes sense, thank you.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Clerk? Okay. We're going to go to wastewater now.
Page 203.
Yeah, those don't work, huh?
It's the enterprise fund.
The sewage. That's it.
Huh?
That's it, 2 or 3. Keep going.
Okay,
My name is Shirley Bird, and I work for the City Kenner Wastewater Department for 42 years. I'm the office manager.
As y'all can see, our Commander-in-Chief Director, Mr. Masson, is on vacation, so I'm Hubert Franklin, Assistant Director, Wastewater Department. Our department consists of 5 branches. Those branches are administration, operations, maintenance, collections, and pre-treatment. Administration is going to take care of all of our requisitions, HR work, paperwork, documentations, operations. We cover the treatment of the plant. Inside the treatment of the plant, we have solids handling, we have manipulating of the plant valves, cultivating the microscopic bacteria that we need to treat the incoming sewage. When you get to maintenance, you have plant maintenance and you have field maintenance. The plant maintenance consists of fixing anything that's broken inside the fence, inside the plant, and our field maintenance is taking care of the 80 lift stations outside throughout the city of Kenner. Collection systems, that department handles all major repairs, manhole repairs. Right now, currently, we're doing cement repairs. And then our pre-treatment program takes care of any commercial businesses that's getting started in the city of Kenner. We have to go out and inspect the grease traps and sign off on permits before they can start any business in Kenner. The city of Kenner has a 15.2 MGD treatment plant. Have over 80 lift stations. We have close to over 400 miles of gravity and sewer lines throughout the city of Kenner. We have 5,000 manholes that we have to take care of. What else would I got? And that's more than enough in my book on the wastewater department. So if you guys got any questions for me, I'll try to answer anything that I can.
Councilmember McKinney?
Don't look at me like that. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and then we can go to lunch. Just so we're getting transfers from the general service to support wastewater currently, and has that happened? Is that what is a normal like the past years?
It hasn't been before. The last few years when we took over it in-house, obviously the cost of everything is going up, so inflation has really hit us. Hubert can go into detail, but what he was paying for certain chemicals have doubled or tripled, and so we're definitely seeing the increase there. We did take the CPI in January for everyone's sewer fees, but part of this water sector program grant that they're getting is to do a rate study. So we're currently working with a company right now to gather information, and they will perform a rate study to see if our rates are too low, which right now our rates are too low to cover our operating expenses, correct?
Just echoing what Liz said, yes, our bleach sodium hypochlorite went up from $6,500 for 2,500 gallons to now it's like $9,300. Our polymer went up from $28,000 a load, which is 2,400 gallons, to now it's like $33,000 a load. So every chemical, everything that I'm buying and purchasing, everything from little minute things from the lab pH buffer, everything is doubling and tripling in prices because I guess the charge of fuel and to get this product from here to there, and just everybody got to cover their expenses, with their company.
Okay, I do have just that clarification. And then with regard to contract labor, so professional services, is that basically, if there's a break or anything like that, like is that?
Well, professional services is going to be, for one, we were assigned two vacuum trucks. We only have one vacuum truck, and that vacuum truck only can wash, it cannot vacuum. So right now, we don't have the equipment we need to beat the streets and get the job done like we need. And also, that professional service contract is going to handle anything deeper than 8 feet. Our guys are trained to make repairs up to 8 feet. When you get below 8 feet deep, you open in a lot of room for cave-ins and things like that. So you would need your shoring, everything would have to be inspected, which would cost a lot of money. So like our Kenner, Jefferson Parish, once you start getting to 8 feet, we kind of contract out to the big boys and let them make those repairs.
Okay, and then so you think that 1.7 is sufficient? It looks like the amended budget was 1.5, and then in 2021, 2022, it was 1.9. Do you think that'll cut? I mean, you're crossing your fingers.
My fingers
right?
crossed. My fingers crossed.
Okay, and then I also just want to comment that I see sidewalk and street repair is an added item in that, and I think that that's great that you've added that in there to track, and because that's always going to be an added expense as well. So kudos to you for doing that, and I don't have any other questions. So.
Councilman Wilmot?
I do, as far as your generators are concerned, for the lift stations. How do we stand on those? What's the status?
I want to say we have approximately 40 generators for our lift stations. Some of those generators we can move from station to station if need be. We have maybe 8 permanent station generators for the major transfer station that comes into the plant. We're doing whatever we can do with what we have. If we can get more, I would love to have more. We have 80 lift stations, so the more the merrier. And with the plant, we have 2 800 kilowatts and 3 600 kilowatt generator. One of the 800 kilowatts is down. I'm sorry, one of the 600 kilowatts is down right now. And hopefully next week, I say between the 17th and 18th of this month, someone should be out to make that repair on that generator at the plant.
So if we have 80 lift stations and then we have only 40 generators, that means we only have half of what we really need for each lift station. Is that correct? So you got to constantly move them.
Yeah. So that's why our department is so critical. Once the power start getting restored throughout the city of Kenner, I don't care if it's 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm sending my crews out to take that generator, move it to the next location so we can get those stations that don't have generator power up and running. Because once they get on, then everybody gonna start coming in and saying, hey, we have power over here, which is gonna overload that portion of Kenner.
Is 40, I guess, minimum, would you think, in order to be prepared for storm season?
Is 40 a minimum?
Yeah, what do you need in order to function?
I mean, we've been functioning like this since I've been here, so I mean, we don't, but
Okay,
I would, I would love to have one for each generator.
That's right, he
I
needs
mean, each
84
station.
of them.
I'm sorry?
He needs 84.
We need.
Yeah.
Councilman, ideally, yes, we would love to have a generator for every one of the sewer lift stations. The problem with that is that in some of those lift stations, there's not enough room to put a generator. But yes, ideally, we would like to have 80. In the case of an emergency, where we experience power failure throughout the city of Kenner, what's gonna bail us out, what has been bailing us out in the past is the use of those portable generators that we move from one sewer lift station to another with the staff that we have available, and also the use of back trucks, not the ones that we have, because the ones that we have 4. 3 of them are very old, and most of the time they're in the shop for repair, costly repair. So what we do is we activate that emergency contract that we have, and we bring X number of back trucks. So it's a combination of back trucks and the portable generators. We have been successful in keeping the sewer system active.
So it's workable, it's just
It's just
not
that
as what we would like.
Not, yes.
Okay.
And we have to activate the back truck contract.
Yeah,
Thank-
and if I can add, so
Sure.
I know we've talked about grants and stuff like that. The city has submitted a grant for additional generators for all the lift stations. So hopefully we get that grant, and then that way they would have more for every lift station.
Excellent. Thank you all for the explanation. Thank you. Thank you.
George, I have one.
Councilmember Lahat?
Yes, on the user rates, you say that it doesn't cover the costs of the services. If we do the study, if it comes back and we are low, does that, I guess the millage, does it automatically change, or is that something that has to go to the voters?
I believe it would have to go at least to the council. It's something that
Okay.
would have to change, but I'm not sure how that rate is levied right now, if it went to the people to vote or
Yeah, I don't
or
know
not.
either.
Yeah, we'd have to look at it. But once we get the study back, it'll let us know kind of where we stand. I mean, we see surrounding areas and what their rates are, and we're lower.
We are?
And
Okay.
compared to how big we are, I think even we're lower than Harahan. So I expect the study to come in that we're under.
Okay.
Jefferson Parish recently increased their sewer and water rates.
Really?
Because of the same problems. The rates were not modest enough or high enough to handle all the expenses that we're incurring. So that's something that happened a few months ago.
Okay. Time to eat.
And no other, Councilmember Shaw Ward?
That was gonna be my sales pitch. Can y'all increase his pay by how much?
Yeah,
Plenty.
that is true. I just, I got offered to take over the top plants in Baton Rouge, 2 of the biggest plants in Baton Rouge, the one by LSU and the one by Southern. So unfortunately, I'm leaving, which for me is like the plant is like my baby. That's something that is near and dear to my heart. But
You can't
Yes.
leave until you get a good replacement. Sorry.
Come on, ask him for the raise. They know you're good, you just explained everything. We wish him well. You'll do good.
Wow, man, you just blew me away. I mean, ever since I've been in the seat, I've been using you, and you come out just like that. I mean, I've had no problems. People have called somebody called me on a personal note and said, we got a backup. I said, hey, call them. Same day, you knocked it out. So I wouldn't think that your department had any problems.
no problem.
I had no idea.
He's leaving his bug farm.
Huh?
He's leaving his bug farm.
When are you leaving?
Friday be my last day.
Wow. Just finding
Yeah.
out. Thank you, Ronnie. You're in everybody's business.
Okay, well, thank you.
We
and
don't accept, thanks.
We don't accept your resignation. They may take it, but we don't.
Give him a raise.
Okay,
Councilmember Wilmot?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you. Yeah, you've just been tremendous. I mean, the knowledge and keeping the train on the tracks, and you've been, I know we've been through several storms with you, and you've responded fantastic. So we're gonna miss you. I wish we can keep you. Maybe the mayor can figure out a way to make that happen, but we would need his input. But I'm sorry to see you go, if you do go. So thank
I
you.
appreciate everything. I know I kind of hit you guys frequently with emergency purchases and things like that, but y'all know anything over 5,000 got to come to you guys' attention, and our department is critical, necessary, to keep everything flowing and throughout the city of Kenner.
Yeah, we don't want people calling us saying they can't flush their toilets. That's a bad
But
problem.
now we can just blame him, 'cause he left.
Hey, I'm responsible. I'm the operating reporting operator, for the city of Kenner. So anything happens, when anything we fix, anything goes wrong, I'm taking full responsibility for everything. So.
As soon as there's a problem at either Tiger Stadium or Southern, he'll be back.
okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Council Clerk.
Yes, sir, we'll take a break now.
For how long? I need to go to the crossing.
Yeah, well, we've got inspection and planning.
You want to let planning go?
Planning's right here if you want.
Okay, let's go ahead and, we will take the planning department at this time on page 69. Wendell, you have 3 minutes.
I'm glad they limited.
Well, I'll just take a few seconds and say that I have a copy of our requested budget in front of me. We're not asking for a lot. We're a very lean department. I feel like we run very efficiently. And, if there are any questions about our budget, I'm happy to answer.
So we're just messing with.
I have a question.
Okay.
Supplies are going up 3,160%. What's the deal with that?
Well, that's basically because post Ida and pandemic, we basically didn't hardly need any supplies during those times because we were working from home for the most part.
Yeah, mainly, so that's the summary category of supplies, and what you're seeing the increase in is computer programs.
15,000.
Yeah, so
Oh,
the
yeah.
Esri.
So let me explain. The planning department now is back in charge of the geographic information system. And so that was previously budgeted under the IT department for the cost of the licensing and everything for the Esri software. That has now been moved wholly into the planning department. And so that budget item now is in our budget versus IT's budget, where it was the last several years under the previous administration. The former guy, as we'll say.
Any other questions, Councilmember McKinney, for the 3,000 stones?
Thank you, Council President. Hello, Director. How are you doing today?
Doing well.
I just had 2 quick questions. So
Sure.
I noticed that the travel and professional development budget on line 5890 increased, and I just wanted to find out do you have proposed travel and?
Yes.
And what do you
yes.
have planned for that?
So, not very much. So I'm planning on attending 2 conferences. One is in Baton Rouge, and one is the National Planning Association Conference. And I want to send my Assistant Director, Chris Lewinsky, who is in charge of our GIS, to the Esri National Conference when that comes up. And so that includes potentially those costs, plus the car allowance for the Assistant Director and for the Director. Those are the major costs. And in the past, that's about what we used.
Okay. And that's, so The allowances, like the car allowances in.
It's all included in the travel,
Okay.
I believe, is where that's included, yes.
Okay. And
And phones are included under the communications.
Okay, okay. And then my other question is, on page 71, the GIS specialist, the salary actually decreased, and I was just wondering why that was decreased.
So that is for a level, someone who knows, but I am not actually, we're not looking to fill that position.
Okay.
So we feel like we have the full capabilities that the planning department needs to have to support what we do, to support what the council and the administration may need from us, and what other departments. So we've been working with Doug and the Emergency Operations Center to make sure that they are fully set up with their GIS, and we were able to actually marry them to the system that was that they didn't really know about, that allows them to monitor in real time emergency management operations and storms. So tracking, river levels, all real time. They have the full system is now at their disposal. And we were able to do that for them.
Okay, and then, okay, so what you're saying is that we can cut that out of the budget?
I would not, I would say.
No.
You know, like if it would help the city, that would be something that I would want to take a look at. I would say half of it, because we would like to reserve enough money if we needed to bring in a junior level person. But you know, my assistant director is also the guy who does all the GIS stuff, and so that's fine. But I think he's very good and very talented, and I would like him to be able to increase his capacity to do some of the things that I do on a daily basis, meeting with prospective applicants for development, and he was doing that. He was going to come today, but he was doing that when I left. I told him, you take care of it. He is a savant when it comes to the GIS. I will tell you that. He has completely reshaped our entire GIS system and gotten it on track, got rid of all the extra things that we were paying for that we don't need. And so, I mean,
So what you're saying is that you want to retain the position because for continuity's sake, you want to train someone in the future to maybe take over that position so you can expand the associate director's
certainly,
capabilities.
I don't want to exceed my three minutes. But I
Just
would
say
say
you
that
agree.
I would like to say this, though. Chris and I right now are undertaking the first stages of updating our Pattern for Progress comprehensive plan. And so we're using remote sensing to update the land use data. So we're going to have all the new buildings built in the last 6 or 7 years, all the buildings torn down. That's all going to be updated. And you can see that in real time on our GIS system. It's completely updated in real time as Chris goes through and does all this. So we are about to go meet with the administration to discuss what we need to do in order to push it out to the public when we want to update the plan. It's going to require at least one meeting on the front end in every district, and possibly a follow-up meeting once we produce the draft of the update to the plan to bring it back out so that we're comfortable that everyone is on board with what we have in our comprehensive plan, because that's what the Planning Commission uses when development comes through the Planning Commission. And our reports indicate whether what is being proposed fits with the overall comprehensive plan. And then we will recommend any zoning changes that may come out of the comprehensive plan review. So we're starting to work on that right now. We're going to have all the updated census data in GIS format when it's released by the Census Bureau at some point in the next 30 to 60 days. That's the time frame. And then we'll be able to look at the changes from what we had in 2014 when we did the plan and now with the most recent census. So I would like to keep that position in there just in case we need to use funds in order to supplement our work on the comprehensive plan. We don't anticipate it, but we want to have it just in case.
Thank you. I'm not cutting that position.
Thank you.
Our budget is actually much less than it used to be. If you go back to the 2015, 16, 18. We're a much leaner operation.
Any other questions? Any other statements?
I recommend you let him talk for 2 minutes next year.
Thank you, Wendell.
Okay, thank you, Wendell. The next department up is going to be the Inspection and Code Enforcement Department, Mr. J. Abear. That's on page 101.
Good afternoon. So I'm filling in for Catherine, who's out of town today.
Did they all schedule their vacations on this day? Pretty much.
So as shown, our department's proposed budget is approximately a 2.3% increase over the existing 23 fiscal year budget. Now, with that said, there's a few things of note with some of the account items. First, starting off with salaries, our proposed budget reflects a 1% reduction in salaries. Now, this is due to positions being filled with new employees who start at the lower scale of the pay grade. This reduction aligns with what our current staff is making, and there's no cuts to anyone's salaries. Moving on to personal services. Now, there is a small increase due to the previous budget cycle being amended and reduced to under $150,000. We are budgeting the original $150,000, which is the same as what had been budgeted the previous year. With regards to grass cutting, there is an increase in this account item. This is primarily due to not too much grass being cut during and around the COVID shutdown. Now, with that said, we're looking at reducing the cost of both publication and mail counts for violation notices, while at the same time reducing the time frame for the process. Now, the grass cutting budget amount proposed will allow us to revise the process of notification and reduce the time frame for grass cutting. And it's projected that we'll be producing work orders for grass cutting on a more frequent basis. If we get close to spending the entire $150,000, it should occur around those dormant months, which would give us enough time to come back to the council to increase the contract cap and work with finance for additional monies if needed. Now, in relation to that, with regards to advertising and publishing, we are projecting a reduction in this account item, and that this reduction is due to us advertising for less grass cutting and maintenance with those proposed changes that I just mentioned. However, again, if necessary later in the year, we can always move money around if we see that it's necessary. Our budget also includes a reduction in legal fees, and this reduction is due to the fact that we typically don't budget legal fees unless we know that there is a pending legal matter with our department. At this time, there's none. And then finally, repair and maintenance. This is a reduction that's due to the fact that we have not spent anything in this account. We do have $100 if needed. So that's basically a general summary of our department's proposed budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
How much have we used on grass cutting?
I'm sorry?
I'm asking.
Oh, on the time of grass cutting.
So far, we spent about almost 60,000.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 40. I was looking at the wrong line. Yeah, we have 60 left.
Okay. Councilmember Wilmot?
Yeah, as far as the grass cutting's concerned, that money that is spent on that, usually we have liens that are placed on the properties, correct? And that money
Correct.
comes back, but it doesn't go to this fund, it goes, I guess, presumed to the general fund?
Yeah, it'll offset grass cutting, but a lien goes on, but it'll be outstanding until the person pays their taxes. So, and then so a lien goes on, and then the next roll comes out, it actually attaches to that property. So once it attaches to the property, because you can just come in and pay your grass liens, but once it attaches, you have to pay the full thing. or when you make a payment, it goes to the liens first. And so your property tax will still be outstanding.
I'd presume that we usually get back 100% of that, huh? Or close to it?
Yeah, I mean, we have some properties where we did demolition and grass liens that are adjudicated to the city because no one ever paid the bills. So once, it would go to tax sale. Someone would have to either purchase it for a lien, for a tax sale lien, or once it's adjudicated to the city, the city can decide if they want to take possession.
Then it just takes a while for it to go through the process.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. I just have two quick questions. So I know you mentioned professional services going up, but what are some of the professional services contracts that fall under that? And then are all positions filled?
That would be basically for outside consulting services. If there was a study done, that would fall under professional services.
Large development at the airport.
Right.
And then are all positions filled?
They're not.
They're not. How many?
We have 12 positions that are currently open right now. With that said, though, we just did fill 2 positions, 2 clerk 3 positions. We also have applications in right now for 2 clerk positions, as well as the electrical inspector position. We are advertising, of course, for the residential plan reviewer.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Lahad?
Mr. Abear, in my conversation with Catherine Topple, and I think you just relayed this, the time period between the violation notices are issued to the homeowner for the grass cutting, you're trying to shorten those because there's chronic offenders, one in my neighborhood, that waits till the very last time.
Right.
In the summertime, that can be almost over a month or 6 weeks to cut the grass before your team comes out there. So do you know the time period you are shortening it to?
The publication process time period right now is approximately 3 weeks, where we advertise twice a week with 1 week in between.
Okay.
What we're trying to do is to minimize that process to approximately 10 days. I know that with Jefferson Parish, perhaps, I'm not sure what their process is. We're looking into that. I know Catherine's been speaking and reaching out to Jefferson Parish to see what their process is. But we are looking to actually shrink that process down as much as possible. So,
Okay, yeah, I told her I'm happy to help her if we need to do that by ordinance or anything, so
sure.
excited about that. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Shorewall?
Yes, Jay, I know I talked to Mr. Catherine a while. We had over 30 properties that was listed for demolition. About how many are we down to now? Do you know approximately, or?
It hasn't shrunk that much. I think, well, since we've been here since last July, I think that we've had 1 city demolition. That was at 231 Farrar Avenue.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Right. Beyond that, we were really tight as far as, monies for this particular account. So that's the only one that I'm aware of. It hasn't shrunk a whole lot.
Okay. The other thing is, anything that gets demoed, like a house that was taken over by the city, something like that, and it's sold out there for property taxes, we recoup that money back for demolition?
So typically, it takes a while to actualize and realize any funds that could be recouped. It'll go on their taxes. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be paid at any specific time. Typically, when the property is about to be transferred to another ownership, usually that's when they'll try and clear title, and they'll contact the code enforcement or the finance department in order to clear their title. So it takes a substantial amount of time. Typically, when you're dealing with abandoned properties, you're dealing with absent owners. So sometimes that recoupment for the demolition may take years. But in some instances, if it's an active property, if it's commercial, it can be put back into the stream of commerce. Typically, if it's purchased, somebody else will come and clear title on it.
Yeah, I know one at 1918 Kansas. Both occupants have passed away. They don't have any children like that, and I think that the city has already appropriated the property already, but the house needs to come down. I was just wondering, when you sell a property, that's when we recoup the money back? Would that be about right, the process?
We don't appropriate any properties. What'll happen is they'll be, they'll go through the court process, the administrative, the hearing process actually through the council, once it gets to that point, once it's ready for demolition.
Okay, I know I brought a company online for the city to demo, and it sounds weird, but Caveman Demolition, he does very good work. I'm firsthand to know about the jobs, and now we contracted or piggyback with Jefferson Parish.
Yes, and typically our contracts would go out to bid for demolition. We can't just select people typically.
Yeah, well,
All
it's
we
like
wanna-
that, but, I mean, going out for a bid, that's not what I'm suggesting here. It's just that we need to get the lowest price we can to demolish those houses and knock them down, get them down, so we can get more done.
Right.
So, yeah, it's,
Absolutely.
that's a big problem that we have. And whether it's District 1, I know Ms. D's got someone in her district, I got plenty in my district that need to come down.
Yes, sir.
So we need to do that as quick as we can, starting July.
Yeah, we're familiar with some of them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dunn?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I just noticed that, this is not a lot of money for demolition. Am I right? Am I looking at this right? 104, 33, 49?
Yeah, I believe the dollar amount's the same as the 23
Yeah.
fiscal year.
And I'm assuming that it all depends on the piece of property that you are demolishing. Am I right? I mean, I have one that's, the
Would
size.
depend on the size of the structure, of course, that's gonna factor.
So, I mean, like, give me a roundabout figure, 40,000, 50?
For like an average demolition,
Yes.
well, the one on Farrar, for instance, the demolition cost alone was 77,000. The engineering fees were approximately the same. And then there's two other fees associated with that would add cost to that, so.
You have to also take into mind the difference between a demolition between a commercial business and a residential. Commercial, we're always gonna have to do, they'll have to do all types of testing to make sure there's no asbestos or any type of lead or things of that nature. So you'll have to do that testing, hence the reason why that Farrar address was so expensive.
Right,
is
and
because
of course, with the commercial, you might even have more infrastructure as well, and that may factor in.
Because I have one on Farrar, but it's also, it's also on the same street, but on the other side of the highway. To me, it really poses a hazard to the community. The reason for that is because it's been there for so long. The storm knocked it down even more toward the residents. And I'm gonna do my best to do whatever, try and find some funding to get that house down, because it's more of a problem, because of where it is, right next to the neighborhoods. There are rats. I know, I've been there. I have pictures,
Yes, ma'am.
And how do we get on a list like that? Because I think the homeowners, are dead.
So Catherine, right now, her objective at this point is to attack those homes that were already noted as violations prior to any of the storms.
Okay.
Since then, again, she's going to have to do some type of triage. Because
Okay.
there certainly is not enough money to knock all the houses or
right.
commercial properties here in the city of Kenner down. So what she's doing is she's looking, like I was explaining to Mr. Ronnie, is that she has to take a triage perspective. Those that are the most dangerous to the public, when they're cut in half. She's looking at properties where you have a tree right down the middle of it and it's exposed. So she has to kind of like delineate what is the priority in terms of life safety and what is the most danger to the general public at large. And of course, any blighted building is a danger. But when you have an amount of $100,000, you have to be very careful with the pennies, with the money you spend. So that's what she's doing, is a lot of triage. But every one of these properties, are extremely important in terms of trying to take them down.
Right, and if I can say in addition to that as well, of course, we do rely on a structural engineering report that's going to factor in terms of priorities too, in terms of the conditions.
Just one other question, it's not related to the budget. How do I relate this to the constituents? This particular house, just that particular house?
What I can do is I can have Catherine pull the history on it.
Okay.
And again, it would have to be a priority in terms of what's going on with the property. I don't know what Catherine's next on the list is, and I'm certain she has a very extensive list. You know, she was aware of your one on Kansas. You know, I have the one that's right down the street that I have to look at right here. I'm over it as well. So she is trying to just prioritize as quickly as possible. We have limited resources and limited funds, but
Is there anything else, this is just a question and I'm finished, such as a grant to help us with this? Is there anything?
I've worked with Tamethia in the past when we were both in Jefferson Parish. There could be some potential for some community development block grant funds that we might be able to look into with some very large projects. So definitely, we can have
Yeah, we can certainly look as well.
Catherine and Jay coordinate with community development to see if there's any funding available for
I've
that.
done a lot of research for grants and other types of, fundings that may be available, so I can also help with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one list. How much have we spent on tear-downs, demolitions this year?
$26,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jay.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a
Thank you,
good day,
Jay.
Jay. All right, your next department is going to be General Services. Mr. Mark Glorioso. Page 119.
Hello, good afternoon.
I love your voice.
All right, the mission for our department is to provide healthy, safe, and stable facility through maintenance, repairs, as well as completing renovations in a timely and cost-effective manner to give the highest quality service to fellow employees and the community of the city of Kenner. The General Service Division provides the maintenance of air-conditioned heating systems, plumbing systems, as well as repairs, including carpentry, sheetrock, electrical cleaning, along with the cleaning and sanitizing of approximately 70 city facilities. General Service is in charge of installing, removing the holiday decor down here in Rivertown, and planning and setup of special events, such things as Food Truck Festival, which was a huge hit last year, music in the park, movies in the park, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, etc., etc. If y'all have any questions for me.
On line item 5810, communication, on page 120, that's going up, is that due to new communications and other departments too? Is that why it's happening?
Yes, I'm adding some radios as well to our department
Okay.
because I got new employees hired. One other thing, I have 43 budgeted positions. 41 of them are filled at this time. I only have 2 open positions. Yes, it is.
Well, yeah, I just have one. Thank you, Council President. Just one question. I notice a lot of times when we pass some contracts, it's labor only, I think the last one we did was like 200,000. So that's not included because that comes from the city, it's not on here, but that's capital that's money that comes from the city budget? General funds?
General
Yeah,
funds.
General funds. sometimes we pass contracts, and I think one of the last one, I'm just doing this for Amy, was like 200,000 for labor only.
Like not to exceed.
Not to
Yeah,
exceed, not to exceed.
For labor only, but I didn't see it in this budget. I was just wondering about that.
It'll be under like repairs and maintenance or professional services, depending on the type of contract. So a lot of
Okay.
those contracts are for our streets and drainage department. So you'll see those bigger line items. They're not to exceed, so we can't budget,
Okay.
everyone at the cap, but what we do is just estimate what we think we're gonna use over all of the vendors.
Look at
Okay.
5750, line item 5750.
Councilmember Wilmot?
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilmot?
Thank you. And Mr. Glorioso, you know the question I'm getting ready to ask. I ask it every year. How are we looking with the HVAC units, with the Freon? Do we have any, I presume we have a couple of more? that-
We added approximately 10 to maybe 12 new units throughout the last year, upgraded to the new refrigerant.
So how do we stand now overall? Do we,
Overall, we still probably got about 35 units that would need to be replaced.
35 units?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some of those are higher tonnage units, 20-ton, 30-ton units. That's our recreation facilities mainly.
Is any of that included in your budget for this year?
No, we do that on an as-need basis. We bid them out.
You bid them out?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we have about 35 more to go.
Yep, approximately, give or take a few.
And what's the time period we have to have that done by? Do you have an-
Well, I think you can still get refrigerant until, I think, 2026. You'll be able to get to 22. So we got a few years, but it's creeping up on us.
Okay.
They
Thank
keep extending how long you can buy it.
Oh, good. So they're
It's liable to get pushed back a little while longer too, but.
okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And we don't want to be replacing units until they break, so,
Exactly.
okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Glorioso.
Thank God.
Okay. Next department up would be the mayor's office. Page 48.
28,
48.
48.
In the past, we almost had to defund the mayor's office.
Well, at least capital outlay is 100% down. I don't eat all the food and refreshments. No. As you know, this was a budget we inherited. We transferred some positions in and out of the mayor's office and came to a conclusion that there's one position left that isn't filled. And if I could find a little tab, I know what I was talking about.
Page 50 is all positions.
Yeah, but it's one that's, we don't have the executive assistant to, it's the last one on the page, the $44,000 one is still unfilled. Moving the person that we moved in, we moved out and put her back into Rivertown to do what she does, everything in Rivertown, the events coordinator. So going forward to see if this one is needed, which I'm being told is it's needed to give her some stuff that she's handling that she shouldn't be handling, kind of working out of class. She went back to civil service using the stuff it needs to be budgeted and filled is which we're finding out now. So with that said, I believe the budget is going to be the same with the increase of 3 refreshments, which is wonderful. And none of these people are eligible for the 2% raises that we put in the budget, so. It's just the classified personnel.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to say that I'm happy to see that there are no additions or movements in position, and, you know, everyone's kind of staying in the same. There are no surprises, so I'm happy to see that. My only question with regard to the mayor's office, and this is not directly related to your budget, but in terms of capital spending, I guess we'll talk about that. Can we talk about that later after we just do all the budgets, or do you want to talk about it now, or?
You can do it now if you'd like, or wait till finance.
Okay, we can wait till, yeah, we'll just do it in finance. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Wilmot?
Mayor, I just looking at my budget book, and you have the organizational chart that's provided in it.
Yep.
Thank you. It's a lot better than what we've seen in the past. I can see you definitely reduced various positions, which is outstanding. So, and I presume that this is a lot closer. If not, it falls within the guidelines of our charter. Is that correct?
Yes, it pretty much mirrors it. There's one of the deputy CAOs, that the title is the chief of staff. I mean, it's pretty much the same position with a different title. Yes, and in other departments that you saw, we got rid of some directors. Some of the directors that were in positions before are now superintendents. They're kind of in the civil service classification where they should have been when the directors' positions were created. So I felt that like for example, Public Works, every little department doesn't need a director under the Public Works director. It should be one director, and you have the supervisors underneath that. And it gives the employee the civil service protection that I think they would want. So that's kind of two different philosophies in administration, which, you know, I inherited, and what I think it should have been. It should have been a smaller, I guess, top, and try to weed it down. We have more employees under a top-heavy administration, a mayor's office and stuff. So yes, the charters was the first thing we looked at and kind of trimmed it down to that. And we still, I mean, there's probably going to be a few more that have to be made to kind of get it even streamlined more.
Nicely done. As far as the salaries are concerned and the overall pay, that type of thing, I presume that has been in check as well, and it's been reduced.
It has, yes. We reduced some of it. There's a lot less of them making a lot of money. But the only one that we know that is underfunded is the Public Works Director. You know, with Jose's vast experience and contacts, the private sector is paying a lot more money for a lot less experience. So that one's going to be tough to fill at $130,000, we feel. So, but we'll continue to try it, try to fill it.
I really appreciate this, and to me, this was a big deal. You know, and I hate to say the last administration mentioned it at all, but this to me is the way Kenner should operate. So thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mayor Glazer and your administration. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Department would be the Communications Department.
Boy, do I have a bunch of questions.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Paris Vanette, and I serve as the Director of Communications, and this is Robin Dallafor, the Assistant Director of Communications. Our department is a team of 3 people and has a wide range of duties and responsibilities. From an informative standpoint, our goal is to get the right information to the right people in the right amount of time so that the public can be informed to make the right decisions. On a day-to-day basis, supporting this initiative may look like providing updates on garbage, recycling, and drop site updates, inclement or severe weather threats, road or lane closures, water shutoffs, or any other emergency or hazardous situation. From a promotional standpoint, the communications department covers all city events to ensure that your constituency is made aware of any events or ceremonies that occur. To support this initiative, the communications department creates all social media posts, KTV videos, graphics, flyers, invitations, event programs, administrative announcements, proclamations, and 4x8 signs seen throughout the city for all departments. This year's budget is one and the same from last year's budget, with the exception of the new website content manager. As you all know, the city just launched a new website, and with this new component to the city's communication channels comes the responsibility of monitoring that website. There are a variety of departments who require new pages and design looks. Content is, of course, ever-changing, and there are a number of bell and whistle-like modules that are part of the website that quite simply require additional manpower to explore and maintain. And with that, I can take any questions that you all may have at this time.
And before y'all start, if I can, so that position was left off, so I can give y'all the amounts that we'll have to add in. So web content manager is the title. The salary, I'm sorry. Yeah, web content manager. Salary is $49,765. So with benefits, that total cost will be $72,093. So we will include that as an addendum to the budget before y'all vote.
Oh, we can amend the budget?
Yeah, anytime you want.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just have a quick question. I just noticed departmental supplies increase. I just wanted to find out what that is considered departmental supplies.
Yes, so when I started, we purchased Sprout, which is basically a social media platform that allows you to post from multiple platforms from one program, rather than posting different platforms from all different times and locations.
And that's just like a maintenance fee every year?
Yes,
Yeah.
for the entire year.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. All righty, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Next department up is Information Technology, page 54, Mr. Jay Sprague.
So we through with this page.
We almost done.
Hi, I'm Jay Sprague. I'm the Director of IT and Telecommunications for the City of Kenner. Our basic mission statement is to maintain and upgrade all of the city's services, whether it be telephones, computers, servers, network infrastructure, surveillance systems. Basically, if it has a chip, we deal with it.
Questions?
I just wanted to find out, yes. thank you.
Councilmember McKenna?
Yes, Council President. Who, under computer support services, is that just the contractors that we recently gave new contracts to for all the services, or are there any additional contract? Like, who is included in the computer
The
support
computer
service?
support services is basically mainly Digicom and Comtech as well. But part of that is also going to be for off-site backup services. We're in the process of, we're investigating what would be the best solution for us. That would be a contract that would fall into that for our backup systems.
And that's all included in that
Yes.
estimate? Yeah. And then the city software, the city software maintenance actually went down from what's planned, and that's what you negotiated as a maintenance fee for each year?
I'm sorry?
So on line 58, 60, 69, citywide software maintenance, that cost is, that is at the yearly cost for software services?
It went down 42,000.
Yeah, I think it went to, it went down.
It went down 42,000.
Yeah.
That's the new figure.
Right.
We have cut several things out of that.
Yeah, right. And are all positions currently filled?
The only position that's not currently filled is assistant director.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Wilmot?
Mr. Sprague, we recently had a purchase of cameras, and I was delighted to see, because I had talked to you about it as the matter came up. The cameras, I don't think it was really inexpensive. And then I was shocked to hear you say, and delighted to hear you say, that it was like 80 cameras we were getting.
I believe it was 60.
60.
60 cameras.
But still, it was, in comparison to the price we were paying, it was really a good buy.
What we've done is take it in-house. I have somebody that's very good with cameras. We've taken it in-house. We're speccing out our own camera servers, which is not part of that package. It is gonna, whole overall package would be more expensive, but the cameras are purchased, the servers are purchased separately that we do the storage on. This is the cameras, the hard drives, the solid state drives, the storage portion of it. And it's less expensive to buy it like this than it is to buy the servers with all of that from Dell or HP, because they raise the prices on the hard drives 300%.
Are the cameras, and the intent of the cameras to have them around the city so we can have like a security system?
They're going to be separate systems, but they're going to be all around the city. They'll be there for so many are for code enforcement, so many are for clerk of court, some are for the public works yard where we've had some theft there. I don't know I don't have the exact numbers in front of me of how many are going where.
But it's good to hear and see that we're going to have our properties monitored.
Yes.
So, yeah, thank you.
This
for that.
isn't going to do all of our properties, but it's going to do a good portion of them.
And that's a step in the right direction. So, yeah, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Jay. Council Clerk?
Have finance, Ms. Liz Herring.
Hello. The finance department has 2 vacancies, one of which we recently interviewed and have offered the position, so that person's just going through the hiring process. So then after that, we have one other vacancy. Overall, we're a 2% increase to the budget, primarily, as you know, so the risk department was separated out this year, and we took in a new employee from that department. So Mr. Kanjimi performs a review on property taxes and goes out and collects. So just having that position alone, he's brought in about $200,000 this year of back taxes that people have owed, with him just going out and basically just being in their face saying you owe the money. So it's definitely paying off.
What position is that?
He is the project coordinator.
The
financial project coordinator. Mm-hmm. So he's been a great help, and he also just cross-references occupational license and works closely with code to make sure if we see new businesses coming up that they have their occupational license, that they're paying sales tax to Jefferson Parish and all that. So it's been a great help. We have new employees, which is why our uniform budget went up, and communications. So for a while, we didn't have an assistant director, so part of that increase is just that phone allowance, and the same for travel and professional, so auto allowance there. For professional services, it's mainly our GFOA certificates. We pay the assessor a fee for him to do the rolls for us, and then he sends it and we bill. So part of that, $16,000 is his fee. And then all our arbitrage rebates, calculations that they do. If y'all have any questions?
Advertising and publishing, what's the deal with that?
Yeah, so advertising and publishing, this is the third year we're doing an online tax sale. It's worked really well. So basically, it's $123, and it gets added to the tax sale cost, but we have to pay the company to do it. So that's in that advertising and publishing cost is them. So they do all the research. So they do all the tax research ahead of time to try to get the people to pay the bill before we bring it to sale. And they send out all the notices on our behalf and all that. And it works. I mean, everything's online these days, so it just makes sense to have it. Typically, the sale goes pretty quick. The first year we did it over 2 days, and it was done within the first hour on the first day. So now we're only doing it 1 day, and we expect it to go pretty fast.
Councilmember Lahat?
Liz, you said the risk was transferred to a different department?
Yeah, so there was 3 employees in the audit, risk, compliance, insurance. So Leon was one of them, moved to legal. Nick was one that moved to finance, and then Alan Holland moved to personnel.
So who's the risk? Do we have
There's
a risk?
there's no more department.
There's
so,
no risk management department, okay.
No, that has,
Who does that?
Yeah, who does, that's, who does that now?
so we have contractors that perform some functions for us, and then there's different pieces. So like Wendy handles insurance anyway, so it was
Okay.
kind of silly to have another department doing it. And Leon does contract compliance in the legal department. So those functions still are being taken care of. It just didn't make sense to have a whole another department with a director in it. Yes. Yeah, we've minimized the risk, exactly. Love the dad jokes.
Any other questions? Councilmember McKinney?
Thank you. Okay, I know that you touched on the financial project coordinator and that you had new positions. So the project coordinator that's being added, and then the part-time property tax administrator,
Yep.
as well as that, what are their need, or are they doing the same thing, like
Yes.
tax, stuff like that?
So the finance department is kind of going through a time where everyone's retiring. So those functions are critical to the city, and so they have agreed to work part-time. So while we have hired a full-time person, they will stay on board to train for over this year to get them set, because if not, we're going to be
So
in
you're
a
allowing
bad
people to
situation.
retire?
We are allowing some people to retire, yes.
Is that a risk that you're taking care of?
It is definitely a risk.
So, with regard to the risk department, who is investigating and tracking all of our emails now then? That was just a joke.
Got it.
That was IT, right? The IT's been that, you know. Okay.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Liz. Council Clerk.
Next, we have the city attorney's office.
Oh, come on.
That was funny. Doesn't say that one. City attorney, let's see.
78.
Yes, thank you.
City attorney's on page
78.
Okay, Ms.
Good
Dufresne.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Michelle Dufresne on behalf of the city attorney's office, and I've also have Leon with me to answer any questions that I might not have the answers to. We do have a full staff right now, which is wonderful. We have 4 full-time attorneys, and we have 1 part-time attorney who is Mike Power. And he is hopefully going to stay on longer, but We never know. So we've got him part-time, and we have a full executive assistant, which is Melissa, and then we have an assistant, which is Nicole. We have one of our 4 attorneys, full-time attorneys, is Leon, I'm sorry, not Leon, is Ray Canzaneri, and he is also our mayor's court, does a mayor's prosecutor. So we got rid of that position where we were paying $6,000, $7,000 a month before for an outside person to do our mayor's court. So it made more sense for us to bring Ray in. He's also has some litigation experience, so he's helping us on other things for litigation, which is keeping our numbers down, as you can see from doing outside counsel. So most of our numbers are down. The only thing I think really went up was probably professional development, and that's going to be because we do have attorneys that need continuing legal education, and a lot of times that costs money. So we try to take the free classes, but if something's not free, then we have to pay for our CLEs. But everything else is pretty basic. Anybody have any questions?
So the department's going down 17.1%. And we're also, I'm glad to see we have a full city attorney's office.
Yes.
I'd love to know how much we spent on outside attorneys in the last year, you know, in relation to where we are today.
It was a lot before. I
It was a
mean,
lot.
it just made sense now to not send public records out. I mean, it's,
Is that the 511 on the first column? Is that what George was asking?
yes.
Legal
Yes.
fees? So we spent that on, I didn't mean to jump you, George, I'm just.
That's fine, go ahead.
Yes.
Councilmember Lab.
So that's one of the things I saw when I came into this. There was so much outside counsel, especially on public record requests. And I know that y'all have done tremendous amount of work, especially with Ramelli and Ivy Waste and the lawsuits. And so the projection on that is down to 10. Is that based on your work in-house dealing with everything?
Well, it's gonna be based on our in-house, but also we don't have a budget for our legal fees, so Ivy Waste isn't considered ours. It's pretty much will be whatever department needs a legal fee, so if we have to go outside on something, but typically, that's it right now. I mean, we've got the things that we're wrapping up from the old administration that had previous council, because it's, you know, as you can understand,
Yeah.
you're at the end of it, you don't want to jump in, it'd take more time to figure it out, but everything else that was going out, just for lawsuits to recover money when a police officer gets hit in an accident, we need the car fixed. They were sending all of that out before. I mean, and a lot of times that's, you know, a 15, 20-minute letter and then a couple of months of following up with it, and then we get paid. We were paying more in previous with previous councils outside to collect than the property damage was. It made no sense. So that's one of the things when I first came on was I jumped in and took everything that was outstanding and tried to collect fees. Somebody hits a light pole, you know, they were sending that out to somebody to try to collect on it. And that's, we've saved a lot of money in that respect. And then we have Leon doing the contracts, and he's helping out on whatever else we might need. He does a lot on Ivy Waste too, a lot of the still auditing things, you know, for us. So we've got a really good group and a really good dynamic of working right now, and I think the numbers show.
That's a tremendous benefit to the
Yes.
city.
Yes.
A good team like you'll have.
It is.
Compared to what I saw when I first came to one of these meetings. This is totally different.
Right, it was just Jen Hungerman, Thornton, and she's the only one there, and she was left with doing all public records requests, and then so they started sending them out, and we were spending thousands and thousands. I saw the bills for public records requests. It was crazy.
I think that's one of the best changes we've had is this, what we have with you now. So thanks so much.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. That was one of my questions, so I don't have that question anymore. My only other question is, who's gonna be the future city attorney?
Hubert.
Hubert Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys know that? Congratulations.
No, I don't know. We haven't heard. We're still waiting to hear.
All right, on page 80, you can see all the positions. The city attorney was 135. He's being moved to the assistant city attorney part-time for 65,000.
Okay.
So that's going to be his part-time stuff. Deputy City Attorney is going to remain Eric Munn. She said Raymond was hired, and he's moved now to a Senior Assistant City Attorney along with Jennifer. She's going to be a Hungerman as long as I'm around because one of the plaintiff attorneys has the same name.
Yes.
So it's just kind of confusing for us. The next one, contract compliance, is Leon. Prosecutor part-time is Ray.
No, that's actually Arthur Dupree. He
Oh,
does
Arthur.
code.
Excuse me, Ray.
He does all
Ray
the code.
went up, excuse me. Executive coordinator remains Melissa Jones, and the legal assistant is still going to remain Nicole Bellotti. The city attorney position, I'm going to recommend, since y'all have to approve it, is Michelle move into that position, because any questions, Mike will still be around to kind of, as the part-time. Mike just didn't want to run the day-to-day operations of the city attorney's office, so,
And we will have to do that by ordinance?
Yeah. yes.
And when are you-
What's that?
When will that happen?
Well, it's budgeted for July 1st, so it's in this new budget,
Okay.
the changes, if you want to, because the salaries are a little different, as you can see.
So we still have time to work on you.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilmot?
I just wanted to make comment as far as the department's concerned, the city attorney's office is concerned. It's really awesome to have it fully staffed again and with people who are very capable. And I don't know if a lot of people may not know this, but you know, towards the end of the last term, if you will, council persons actually had to draft their own legislation because it was difficult to get things done, and at least get things done in a way that we felt comfortable with. So that shouldn't happen. That really shouldn't. So it's a breath of fresh air, and thank y'all for getting it back together and doing what y'all do, and we need y'all, and we appreciate y'all. Thank you.
And her in the city attorney position, it's another director. My goal is to have all directors live in the city of Kenner. So it's kind of, challenging, and this will actually, you have a Kenner resident that'll actually be another director in an office.
And female. It's perfect.
And female, yes.
Councilmember Shorewall?
Ms. Michelle, I noticed the fire department has $200,000 allocated for legal fees. Is there anything that you can do, hire a part-time person or something, have them on our staff, that we don't have to pay for outsourcing legal fees for the fire department?
Well, our fire department is pretty much handled by Blue Williams, and because it's sort of a technical, specific. Now, if there's something that maybe Blue Williams, we could work with them to offset it. I wouldn't want to hire someone that we're going to use for fire department, but Blue Williams doesn't want to use them. Then that wouldn't make sense to have them, and they're sitting around, waiting. Unlike with me working with Debbie Villio's office, I'm helping them on the IV waste stuff, and it's fine. It was working fine, and there's no problem. I mean, that's something we could look at. I don't know, how much of a budget, if we need another part-time person for that. I'd really have to look at what the full budget is for what fire uses for legal. I can't honestly say I know exactly how much they spend a year on Blue Williams.
Yeah, I know Blue Williams is very diversified as far as when it comes to legal services.
Right.
And so I was just wondering, somewhere we could pick something up and save, we've saved so much by bringing lawyers in
Sure.
and doing things in-house now. $200,000, we can bring that in. Even if you had to pay a lawyer $100,000 for police and civil service,
Sure.
we'd be saving $100,000 too.
I'm hoping that as we're starting to get rid of some of these old cases too, that things are going to start going away, and that we won't have unless we keep getting more filed, of course.
Well, trust me, fire department, you're
We're
going to
gonna
have,
keep filing.
that is a
The
guaranteed
filing won't stop.
position.
So,
Councilmember Brandon?
Thank you, Council Chair. I just would like to reiterate some comments that were made earlier, and of course, the mayor's comments and the mayor's letter pointed to fiscal responsibility and righting this ship and doing things, and I just have to congratulate the administration again, and I think this is just another example of doing the right thing and trying to get this city where we're in good shape. So I commend the efforts, and it's just a great, it's a better situation with more positives to come, I'm sure. So congratulations and thank you, and thanks for everybody involved. And I was just kidding, you know, we certainly would think you do a great job, Michelle, and are 100% behind you. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Well, there's only two numbers on this page that stand out tremendously. It's in 5827. If you look at 2021-22, it was $511,202, and now it's $10,000 for the upcoming year. That's a giant number to look at and know what happened back then. Thank you very much. That's it.
That's it? Okay.
Council Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next up is the council office. Does anybody have any questions regarding the council's budget? Seeing none. The next department would be,
Wait.
Why does Brian get another 1,000?
You have a question?
above me?
I do have a
Why everybody believe that?
I have two questions. First, I wanted to clarify, so the communications budget, is that increased? Is that where the allowances
Yes,
for
ma'am.
council?
yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Council assistants are, and then also with regard to travel and professional development, so have we used any in the past with regard, and what could that be used for?
So that's not just, that's actually expense cost too in there, Liz, isn't it? That's their that's your monthly expense that comes out of that account.
Monthly expense, so like,
It's not travel, it's
okay, that's what I was wondering.
Your council members' monthly
I
expense.
was wondering what council member went on an all-expense paid vacation without us knowing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so
That
that's
should,
auto and then your expense.
yeah.
And one thing we kind of really didn't mention is the new ordinance that allows for auto and phone allowances. So we did include a sheet as requested on who receives an auto or phone benefit, pages 10 and 11. And if they have an asterisk next to their name, that means that it's in the proposed budget to receive, so they don't currently do. So, like Councilwoman McKinney mentioned, the council clerks will receive a phone allowance.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I just have a question. So with regard to that, so, the vehicle phone allowance, I know the council assistants, and this is actually off the topic. I noticed that the, emergency management so do not all, I guess my question is, do not all assistant directors get the vehicle and phone allowance?
No, some people have city vehicles. So
Okay.
if you have a city vehicle, you don't get an allowance.
Okay, and so that would
And then
be
the same for
why.
the phone. If you have a city-issued cell phone, then you don't get the allowance.
Okay, that makes sense. Perfect, thanks.
But they get an allowance if they use their own cell phone.
If you're not provided with a city phone, and so like if you're an assistant director or a director, if you use your own phone and you don't have a city phone, you get an allowance. But if we issue you a city phone, like y'all all get an auto and a phone allowance and an expense allowance.
And that's why that's included in
Yes.
that line item?
Mhm.
Okay, so the assistants get those too.
The assistance, it's in this budget to get, yeah, so after
Okay.
it's
The
passed.
phone allowance.
The phone allowance
All right.
only, yeah.
And we still have the research and budget analyst position of fully funded right now?
Correct.
You're done.
Can we still get, we don't have food and refreshments. Can we get M&Ms?
Councilman Brennan, you know, I mean.
Why does Brian
we-
get $1,000 more than me?
We did find an error in District 3, so that'll be part of the addendum as well.
There's no errors in District 3.
It was on our part. What was submitted to us did not get into the book, so we will make the corrections.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
But it was
decreased your
District 3, yes.
Well, they don't need as many supplies.
You didn't catch that, Christie?
I did catch, I actually do look, I did, it says decreased supplies.
You didn't know everyone else cut your budget.
I figured that was something Glenn did last year.
She would do to see if I noticed.
I figured Glenn did that and you just didn't pick it up.
Weren't paying attention.
Councilmember Dunn.
The mayor promised me a car. I'll take a truck.
Ms.
The
Harris.
auction is June what?
Ms.
I'm
Harris.
serious. I still want my car, but I'm serious. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Shorewell.
Just a question. Health insurance, it varies by department, some go up, some down.
It depends what plan each individual person has. So years ago, the city provided the same amount regardless of what plan you had. To entice young families to come and work for the city of Kenner, the city pays a little bit more for family plans than they do for just an individual plan. And do you want to talk about it? Or you want me to give? So,
They can yell at you, not me.
and some of you may know, but our insurance premiums for health insurance is up 15%.
Wow.
They did an RFP, it's still 15%. So I think originally they were at 19% when they first came to us. So we're down to 15%, but it's a significant increase. And the city is going to absorb that cost. We're not passing it along to the employees at all. So I know people don't really see that, and they see the 2%, just the 2% COLA, but we are absorbing the costs, as that is a huge plus of working on, for government, is the pension and the health insurance. So I think it's important for the city to cover that increase for our employees. So that 15% is built into this budget.
And to add to that, the money that we saved like 3 years ago going forward, we were in a great position 3 years ago because it saved the city money, and it continued for 3 years, but there was a bad year, so.
Yeah, and there's some other options that the administration's gonna look at with the health plans and try to determine if maybe we can change something in the future.
Okay, Mayor Glazer?
Yeah, when it first came in, it was 19.3%. So kind of had to negotiate with them, and they came back at 15. So we put out for RFP to 3 companies. 2 of them didn't bid, so you're stuck with Blue Cross Blue Shield. But the thing, we do have the drew a blank on with life insurance. Yeah, life insurance. For the same rate, we have a better deal because it adds more benefits to it. So it's still a 1.5 times the salary, but it adds some other benefits, police and fire if they're accidental dismemberment, or it just adds a lot more for the same amount of money. So that'll change, and when we have that in writing, you'll see the difference in the two and what's the actual new benefits for the same amount of money. So.
And Ms. Herron, since the council office is running at a 10% reduction, can we take that 145,000 divided by 6 and put it in our capital accounts? Just kidding.
Y'all can do whatever you want.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, actually on page 41, which is Council District 4, I noticed that there is no proposed 23-24 budget column. Do they not have does Council District 4 not have a budget?
Good catch, good catch.
Joey, see, I did catch these things. I did look at the budget.
Which one are you
On
talking
page 41, you don't have a proposed budget.
That's a problem.
It just
So
says
we're just cutting
23 instead of
George's out.
24.
We're just cutting George's budget out for the year.
We'll give him all his money in capital instead.
Yeah, you're just gonna put in capital for it. See,
But he
we're
wants
gonna put in
anyway.
capital.
I'll just give it to you in capital.
That's great.
I know we're almost done, but at some point in the future, can you send us or me
the current Pontchartrain Center expenses and allocation, like what we supplement? I'd like to get an update.
We
figure on
actually,
that.
Are we gonna talk-
we're about to talk
we
about the
talking
punch
about
train.
that?
Yeah, we're going to go back to it.
Yeah,
We're
I saw
going
it
back
skipped,
to.
but I thought it was intense. Okay.
No, the mayor actually has to take it at the end. We're going to go back to the punch train center, and then the sanitation department is the last two departments we have. And I think the mayor's going to present those two. So the punch train center
209.
is on, oh, what page is that, Liz?
209.
209.
and
209?
210.
Yeah, that's what.
All right, Liz, you up? On the record, I can tell you, I don't know how you come up with a budget for Pontchartrain Center like this is in front of you. So it's been like this for many, many years.
Yeah.
We've subsidized the Pontchartrain Center a lot, as you can see.
Yeah, so the Pontchartrain Center has proposed their own service charges, so we receive a budget from them. They're estimating that they're gonna have $850,000 in service charges, but their expenses exceed a little over $2 million. We do get hotel motel from them and franchise fees from cable. That offsets it some, but you're still looking at a $780,000 loss at the Pontchartrain Center, and that is if they actually hit their revenue numbers.
Is this compared to prior years? Is this about?
It's been a decline. This is probably the worst. So, the 2022, it was 564,000. Amended budget this year was 215. So
Okay.
they were bringing in about, more than $1 million in service charges, and it's just declining.
Did they give you any reason for that?
Some of the talk is the building is out of date. It doesn't, you no longer have the high school volleyball and wrestling and thing. It's just, they moved it around the state of Louisiana. The Alario Center is a little bit bigger and, serves the needs of some type of group conventions. So we have to really think what's going to be the future of the Pontchartrain Center, because this just makes no sense. As you know, June 30th of last year, y'all extended the Pontchartrain, the lease another 6 months. Then we just did it again in January. So we come up to June where there's only a month left with that. So we'll have to probably extend it to discuss what's going to be the future of the Pontchartrain Center. So, and then negotiate with the company that manages it to try to get back on the same page with what they're using, what groups they're bringing in, and what does the city get out of it. So,
Didn't we, I'm sorry, let me jump ahead. Didn't we lose the volleyball and the wrestling because some of the cities were offering buildings like that for free? Or is that, have you heard that?
I haven't heard it. I heard some of it was the building's not large enough anymore. They got so big, and then some of the sports moved around the state. Some of them are out west, and at least one of them up in northern Louisiana now.
Okay.
Now, we do give free rent to some of the, like the school board and, other political subdivisions that come in and use it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Councilor. What is the status of the repairs into the Pontchartrain Center?
Yeah, they're still ongoing. FEMA's coming out, I think this Wednesday, to take a second look, because we had just some discrepancies in what damages we saw versus them. So our engineers are meeting with them primarily to go over the roof. So once we get that, but we've put out to bid maybe 3 major repairs there, things that they need done. One of them being the exterior wall. So I think some siding's missing. So we're trying to make the repairs. I know the inside is still ongoing.
Y'all approved just recently the access control system, the card readers that didn't function at all. The southeastern wall that corner is where the water's leaking because it's not a wall, it's just a temporary repair. So we have to move forward to make it a permanent repair, whether or not, we paying for it now or we wait for insurance or FEMA money. reimbursement because it's just causing more damage inside the building, you know, with the water intrusion.
Wasn't there over $15 million of expenses to the Pontchartrain Center after Ida?
There was mitigation. Southern Cat
Mitigation.
performed some type of repair.
Well, what did they do? Do you know what they did?
No, I'm not. I don't.
It's like $15 million or something.
They cut some of the, you know, the sheet rock that was wet. They put up the walls, you know, the temporary walls now. So some of the temporary repairs are now going in almost 2 years, so need to be fixed one way or the other.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Shaw.
What's the status on some of our insurance and FEMA money that we haven't received yet?
None of them are here. The, still in litigation with our insurance company on what they paid already for, just to identify the buildings and what the money was used for. That FEMA doesn't come into play until after that settlement is, whether they come around and doing their reviews and looking at the properties and the damages. Little funds come without, you know, before the insurance settlement comes. So we're gonna end up in New York City in
Arbitration.
somewhere we don't want to be, yeah, in arbitration. It's going to be expensive, and that's kind of where we're headed.
Yes, so on the FEMA side, we are pushing for closing out emergency work, which is Cat A and B. So Cat A is debris, Cat B is like emergency preventive measures. So a lot of that is Macy's, the temporary site. So we're trying to push that. We're pretty close with gathering all the documents and submitting with Deloitte for that one. And we're just trying to basically grab the low-hanging fruit and knock out some of these smaller city buildings that just had maybe some minor repairs and get those pushed through. But at the end of the day, FEMA is gonna reduce what they're gonna pay to us based on what they think our insurance should pay. So if our insurance doesn't pay it, we're gonna sit there for a while with nothing. So.
Is that going to come to the general fund, or is that dedicated?
No, that's
funds to-
dedicated to repair the facilities.
And like, we're as frustrated as you are, and I don't think anyone's more frustrated than Liz. So, you know, dealing with some of her concerns and emails back and forth, and there's just the problems with dealing in and around the representatives with FEMA, where they're always changing. We reached out to Steve Scalise's office to try to get some help. He has a person in his office that's I guess, fools with FEMA, and got us a little traction. But then some of the information that FEMA said we didn't provide them, Liz provided them more than once. So it's kind of the confusion when you get into FEMA, and it's different people you're dealing with. When somebody comes in, they work 8 months or work one storm, and then they move on, the next person comes and asks for the same information. That's the frustration in the whole thing.
Councilmember Lahat.
Is there anybody besides ASM currently involved in the management at all of Pontchartrain? Like Solution involved anymore of anything? Okay. So that's it. That's the only entity that's managing. Okay.
Okay. Where is the council clerk? Huh?
Sanitation.
Sanitation?
We don't care, we just want to throw it in the garbage.
Okay. Councilmember Wimbaugh has a question before.
Ms. Herring, as far as the AP Clay Center is concerned, how does that stand as far as?
So AP Clay's a little, I think they actually just finalized the tornado claim. So I'm pretty sure we just, I don't think I received it yet, but it's coming soon. I think they agreed on a price. That's one of the buildings that Ms. Shaw is working on, so it's gonna be complicated between insurance proceeds, Hurricane Ida with FEMA, and then her CDBG funds. So the goal is to have a building there to serve the same or similar purpose, but until we know how much everyone's really paying, it might just take some time.
Will those funds be dedicated towards restoring that building, or do they go into the other fund for the city as a whole?
No, it would be used to do something at that building.
Okay. Thank you.
That building may be too far to save.
Yeah.
What the engineers are telling us, that it may have to be torn down and rebuilt. But in the adjacent vacant property in front of it, we have in the works with a public-private type partnership to bring some kind of medical clinic at that, at that facility, a building that's not attached to it. That would be the community center in the front, and the classrooms would still be in the back where the existing building is today.
So that's a high probability that building may be leveled.
Yes.
Yes. I think the 3 different firms have recommended being torn down.
And along with buildings A and B at our City Hall complex, those don't look good as well, is that
No.
correct?
B's worse than A, but A looks worse than B. Yes. So I know Liz is moving with getting all the stuff out of Building A so we can do the asbestos abatement and then the demolition contract to tear them down.
That's coming then?
Yes.
Is there any estimated time for that?
Y'all just voted on the contract to get the items out, so once it lays over and we sign a contract, get them moved out. FEMA's agreed last week on all of our damages, so they included all of our damages into their site report, which they initially didn't do, and that's part of the, we
Liz-
got traction, things are moving, because we were just at a standstill. So they did agree to that, so we're at a point where we believe that they will agree that we have more than 50%. So it's a 50% rule. If it is gonna cost you more to fix than just a demo and rebuild, they will allow you to do that type of program. So we're close on them agreeing. I feel like I'm pretty confident in that, but it's just gonna take time. But there's also a point that the administration will have to decide if we're gonna demo ahead of getting that okay by
Yeah, the
FEMA.
concern was is if we tear it down and they have nothing to see, they're not going to approve
Yeah,
the over 50% damage. But like I said, like she just said, at one point, we have to move forward.
So we got some light at the end of the tunnel?
yes.
Hopefully, yes.
Real good, thank y'all.
Okay, now we're going, and what?
Yeah, so
Sanitation.
sanitation, basically, it's just a slight decrease, and we really just don't know, it's a sore subject with everything, but just based on moving recycling and the drop site to Ramelli, we're definitely gonna see a decrease, there. So that's basically what you're seeing, a slight decrease of 2.2%. And so we'll always have that savings. Once we get a full year of Ramelli doing that and Ivy Waste doing garbage, we'll have a better picture of where we're at. We did not, so the previous administration did not do an increase. They did not take the CPI previously. And then we've decided to just see the full year and then in January decide if we need to do a CPI increase. But the thought is if we watch the bills closely, really have them performing the work in the contract, we may not need the CPI. It may cover, what we are collecting from residents may cover all of those expenses.
Why would we not do that?
I'm not sure.
Why would we not do what?
Take the CPI.
I mean. that
Yeah, they
doesn't
didn't take a
make sense.
CPI for wastewater or garbage, it's just the decision they made.
Well, your garbage contract says the vendor's going to take the CPI, so.
Yeah, the vendor
That-
took it, the city did
the
not.
city did
So
not.
let's be clear, the vendor is getting paid more as he has the right to, but the city did not increase what the
They didn't
people were
pass it along.
paying.
We didn't pass it along.
No, they did not. So the city absorbed that cost.
Does the CPI increase pertain only to Ramelli, does it pertain to recycling and sanitation?
Yes.
Okay, so there'd be,
Yes.
Ramelli would get an increase
Correct.
and then, okay.
Okay,
And Ivy Waste would get an increase.
so we don't take the CPI. How much money are we talking about there?
I'll run the final numbers. I can get it to you. I don't want to just estimate a number, but, I mean, I would at least say 400,000 for sure. But
That we're taking out of the general
the
fund.
general, that we were taking out, yes. So with this budget, a portion always gets kind of transferred to sanitation because you've got, city facilities, right, we have dumpsters at and things like that the public really doesn't pay for. But the sanitation fund gets part of the millage and then user fees. It's supposed to cover 100%. You should not be, it's not a moneymaker, but you should not be giving a service to the citizens without them paying for it. So,
What
once
it
we
looks like from
see.
here, 1.5 million is coming from the general fund.
Fund, correct. Mhm. So once we see a full year, that number could change, I'm hoping. And,
Well, hopefully we could save at least $400,000
Yes.
just to be even.
yeah, and just keep in mind also, we have the payment to Ramelli, the settlement. So we're making payments, so that's part of this too. So until that's fully paid off,
In 12 years.
yeah, you're not gonna see that savings either.
Okay, I'd like that number.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Okay, where do we go now? Sanitation,
We
any
are
other
complete
questions?
Unless
Just
anybody
this,
has any other questions.
The Ramelli, can we pay that off early? Or is that, do we have to make $20,000 payments per month? Or can we decide that once we've saved enough money that we can go ahead and,
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we,
You can pay it off early if you'd like, just like the fire settlement. If we can get a better interest rate over 30 years, I think it was, or even longer, that may be something we have to look at to get a better interest rate than what we pay in retirement fire.
because some figures I saw was, in 3 months, we saved $249,000 by going to Ramelli. I mean, that right there, 1 year, we're talking almost $1 million right there off the bat that we've saved by just going to Ramelli.
But at the end of the day, it might not be that much at the end of the day, once we go through all these, 1 year of invoices, so.
It might be more.
Yeah, could be more.
Okay, Councilmember McKinney.
Yes, for the legal, they have, in the sanitation fund, they have only $50,000 for legal fees. Is that sufficient?
it's just for, what they have left over that they feel like attorney fees. And then they feel like with the Ivy case, it should be close to that. And we'll just have to watch it. If it exceeds that, we'll amend the budget for that.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. Are we finished? 'Cause
You had capital, you want to talk about capital?
I was going to
Yes.
correct one of the police department blunders at the end.
That would be it.
that's good.
That's our, sanitation was our last department that we had, unless the mayor has something else.
Councilwoman McKinney wanted to talk about capital.
Oh, okay. That wasn't on my list, but yes.
Did you make it intentionally really small so we can't see it?
You want me to read it out? So, streets and drainage, that's just, so whatever the millage is, whatever their cost for operating, the difference, the remainder gets budgeted as capital. So 1.4 million for streets and drainage. Citywide building maintenance, 400,000, so that's really general services, when an air conditioner goes out. Recreation capital is based on the auto rental tax, so whatever we've projected to receive from that. Pontchartrain Center, Laketown Development, Rivertown Museum Theater, and then you've got the DMV. They all have dedicated revenue sources. The Veterans Corridor is all our right-of-way leases, so whatever we collect for right-of-ways gets put in there, and they can use that money to enhance the right-of-ways. Your councilmanic funding, this will change based on the ordinance that was passed, so we'll prepare an amendment for that change, and it'll get split across all of you. IT capital, we're budgeting $500,000. It's split between a new time clock system, So the current time clock system that we have is pretty much going obsolete. So we have done many meetings and sales pitches, and there is a company that Munis owns, which is our accounting software. So it would interface pretty well with that system, but we have to buy all new time clocks and things like that also. Let's see. I don't remember now anything.
Is that the only one for?
No.
Okay.
The other ones we decided to do was access control systems. So a lot of our access controls aren't working, or we're having issues. It's hard to find the parts to repair the system, so we're looking to replace that. And we're setting up a computer replacement program. So they had it years back where we basically, allocate so much a year over the 3 years and just do a rotation for that equipment. So that's all 3 of those items fall into that category. Fleet, we put in for $250,000. That's what we were doing before when we were leasing. The lease is paid off. We don't have a lease right now. I know they're doing the auction and stuff like that. We'll figure out how much money we gain from auctioning off some older vehicles, and we can put all that together and come up with a plan moving forward for vehicles. Obviously, if we don't have people, we probably don't need a vehicle to put them in, so that at least is helping us. It's not like we have a whole bunch of people. With all the vacancies, we do have a good bit of vehicles. The $200,000 we talked about earlier for fire apparatus, and then $1.2 million in public works match projects. So there are many, many projects that Jose has scheduled out, and what we're estimating is 1.2 being needed this year, and honestly gonna be needed every year moving forward to complete a long list of just outstanding projects that haven't really moved anywhere, so.
And these are items that we have to match, like we're mandated to match, right?
Correct. So a lot of our state programs and DOTD projects, we have a match. So we need to provide that money, and none of that was set up. A lot of times, they move forward with a project, but a dedicated funding source really wasn't set up. And then also just the cost of everything is increasing. So if you have a project that we started years ago, we're gonna run out of money. So that this is part of that, just the increased cost. Because a lot of these projects, so if the state gives you a set amount of money, they're not coming back and giving you more because inflation, So we have to end up eating that cost.
And so the police is not listed here, but it's listed
It's
in
in
their
their
specific
budget,
budget.
yes.
Okay.
And the mayor,
And speaking of police, on page 90, I think Councilman Ronnie talked about promotional exams going up 1,700% to $18,000. If you look at that, is 5802. 5805 is where that's supposed to be. It's just in 2 different places. It was an error, so it'll be corrected.
Okay.
So it's the same amounts in both of them line items, just put them in the wrong spot.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so our total authorization for capital just for the city is 4.8 million, and then police
is 1.9.
is 1.9. Okay.
Yeah, and part of that, well, the total budget is 5 million, but part of that is your debt service.
And if we don't do that, I mean,
Yeah, no
pay
big
that
deal.
debt,
No big deal. We'll just pack up and move, it's okay.
can't see it. They're trying to hide. Yeah, I guess I have one more question. Where's the funding for the parade?
Oh, no one told you?
60,800, that's all I'm getting.
Mayor?
In their bank account, I guess. I don't know.
Liz, I've seen in here where we have loans and different things. Do you know where that was?
Yeah, the debt service starts on 168. We really didn't touch general municipal, but that's where your parade is.
What's that?
We didn't really talk about general
So really not
municipal's
getting but 50,000.
budget, but that's where like special events, so
What's page
some
five?
things about the
I was told,
parade.
2 years ago, we don't
I
talk
know,
about
right? I think it's 16.
Oh, there it is.
72. Yeah, 72.
So I can't really operate my district from 50,000.
And that's another one that just went down a lot, basically for legal fees and attorney fees. So
What's that?
professional services went from 434 to 215. That's
In
where.
general municipal.
Okay. And that's what legal is, professional contract services, is that what that's
Professional services was coming, some of them were coming out of there, some of those professional service contracts. Page
So-
73.
So now that would be, legal is estimated to be 215? Okay.
Just overall professional, so they have some other contracts, that they use that for, like if there's an election or something like that, different contracts, but it's, decreased.
Okay, so the parade budget is $200,000.
Well, you hopping on that parade, huh? Jeez.
At least you got a smirk out of her.
So that's it?
Questions? If not, that concludes the budget hearings for this year.
Thank you.
Everybody done? The budget hearing is.
Don't you bang it too hard, just softly.